Good evening. Welcome to the September 2020 Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review virtual meeting. My name is Robert Watkins. I'm city staff, and I'll be moderating tonight's meeting. This is our fourth virtual meeting, if you can believe that. Before I hand things over to Carl Schwartz, our chair, I'm going to go over a few guidelines and housekeeping tips to make sure that tonight's meeting runs smoothly for everybody participating. First, for everybody who might be watching at home, I'll introduce the meeting participants who are online right now. First, we have Carl Schwartz, our chair. We're also joined by Brett Gastinger, vice chair. Other BAR members include Tim Moore, Jody Lehendro, Sherry Lewis, James Zemer, and Andy McClure and Sonia Langle. We're also joined by Jeff Werner, who is also city staff. Throughout the meeting, applicants and other participants will join the meeting as needed. Just a reminder for all BAR members to keep your cameras on for the duration of the meeting. And whenever you vote on an item, I'll call each of you one by one in a roll call vote for our minutes. For members of the public who are on the call right now, who'd like to provide comment, there are several places in the agenda where you can speak. At the beginning of the meeting, we allow time for comments from the public for items not on the agenda. And also, this is generally where we allow public comment for preliminary discussions, which are at the end of the agenda. Then, before the BAR deliberates on each individual application, we also allow time for public comment. In order to provide comment, we ask that you register for the meeting if you haven't already, available through the city's website, and then you'll become an attendee. And when we get to the comment portion of the agenda, you can raise your hand using the raise hand feature, which is located on the participant screen, and I will unmute you. Then our timer will begin and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Also, meeting attendees may end up using the Q&A feature during the call. And Jeff and I will periodically check the Q&A tab to see if anything's been typed there, and we'll raise it to the board's attention as necessary. There's also a chat feature in Zoom. You're welcome to use it, whether you're a member of the public or an applicant or a board member, but I just like to remind everybody that anything sent through the chat or the Q&A is subject to the Freedom of Information Act. So just keep that in mind, that everything is subject to FOIA.
And Robert, this is Joe Rice. If I can interrupt you just briefly.
Sure.
Those two modules, the chat and the Q&A, the chat is only reserved for panelists, and the Q&A and chat function are not available for attendees anymore due to security breaches that happened in prior meetings.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the update.
Sure.
For applicants who are currently online already, you're in the meeting right now as an attendee, which means you have limited audio and video capabilities. When your project comes up on the agenda for review, I'm going to promote you to panelist. So you will have mute and unmute capabilities and we can see you. When I promote you from attendee to panelist, you'll be booted out of the meeting temporarily, and then you'll automatically come back in as a panelist. So just hang tight for a second, and then we can talk with you. Also, applicants, during the staff and applicant presentations for each project, I'll be sharing my screen to scan through pages of your application that you submitted for visual aid. While the BAR deliberates, I'm happy to share my screen again to reference specific pages or drawings. To applicants and BAR members, if you'd like me to go to a specific page, please give me a verbal command and I'll go to that page number that you direct me to. Also, like we've done in the past few meetings, we'll have short periodic breaks as needed, and our chair, Carl, will direct us when a break is necessary. Finally, it's time for me to hand things over to our chair, Carl Schwartz. But throughout the meeting, please feel free to ask me additional questions if you have any.
Do have one quick question, Carl, for Robert. What's
Sure.
our procedure on recusal? There's a project I have to recuse myself from. So do I just hit mute and that's it? Or
I would
how
turn
do
your
we
screen
handle
off too.
that? Okay. I can do that
Yeah.
too. Yep.
That
Nobody
should be
can see my
sufficient.
eyebrows go like that.
That should be sufficient.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
And
All right, welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. I will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, I'll ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of the project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Thank you for participating. The times noted below are rough estimates only. So right now, we'll go on to the consent agenda. No, I'm sorry. We're going to go on to matters from the public. Comments from the public on during this time period should be only on anything that's not on our agenda, anything that is on the consent agenda, and anything we have a preliminary discussion for. Our consent agenda tonight includes 418 East Jefferson Street, 534 Park Street, and 0 East Water Street, the coal tower. Items that we have preliminary discussions for are 128 Chancellor, no, that's new. I'm sorry. 605 Preston Place and 106 Oakhurst Circle. I want to note that 217 5th Street Southwest has been pulled from our agenda. We will not be discussing it tonight. So yes, if anyone has any comments that are either not on our agenda or on those items that I've listed, now is the time to speak.
And you can raise your hand using the raise hand feature, and I will unmute you. I'm not seeing anything.
Nothing. Okay. Fantastic. All right, so we will move on to the consent agenda. I should note that any approvals in the consent agenda are, if staff has listed any conditions on items in the consent agenda, when we approve the consent agenda, those are included in that approval. Do we have any motions to approve it, or would anyone like to pull anything?
Just have a question. Do we need to clarify anything with regards to the coal tower, or what's the feeling there?
So I think if we approve the coal tower, we are approving both options for the sign and I guess that central location.
I just have an issue with the central location, but
I move to pull the coal tower from the consent agenda,
Okay.
and I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
second.
Okay, I will call a vote. Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Mr. Lehendra,
Aye.
Miss Lewis,
aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Miss Langle,
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. McClure. Okay, great. Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh, Ron is here. Okay, good.
All right. So
For the, I just want to say that for the coal tower, I don't see Ashley Davies in attendance, but I'll make sure to communicate anything that you decide with her.
So that just to jump on this, there was a comment at the last BAR meeting about having it off center, not centrally located on that concrete panel, and there may have been some preferences on the two materials for the sign. So again, we're accepting this into the record, and so that would be a they accepting in the record, with the BAR's recommendation or request that the sign be this and located at XYZ.
Well, I'll echo what we said at the last meeting, which I agreed with, and I think some other members
Sherry,
might.
sorry to interrupt. I think we should probably, Jeff, is that all the introduction you want to give?
I don't have any images, so my thing's kind of gagged here. So
Okay.
if Robert's got something that he can throw up, that would be.
Sure, I'll share my screen right now. And also, Jeff, I'll share with you the packet.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Sherry. I just want to make sure we.
No, I'm glad you.
Were you going to ask for public comment, Carl? Or...
I will if yeah, as long as if you guys don't want to present anything, I will yeah.
Oh, I'll share the screen. Jeff, it's on the screen now. Yeah. And I can keep this up if we want to ask for public comment now.
Okay. And to clarify for the public, we've got a location of the sign, which is the little tiny rectangle on the base of the coal tower. And we've been given 2 options for the sign. I think being a typical bronze sign, or yeah, bronze sign, and then it looks like a aluminum sign with black letters.
Thank you for clarifying.
Do we have any questions from the public?
If so, please use the raise hand feature. And I don't see anything.
Okay. BAR, do you have any questions?
I have a question. I'm looking through our guidelines, and it seems like they deal more with like signage for like a store versus a plaque. And so I'm just wondering if someone could direct me to where the guidelines really talk about that.
They're actually, this is not a whole lot in there. Hang on, let me find that. What did I? Yeah, I mean, primarily public signs, so you see this is on pertinent guidelines for public design improvements. So, and I use these, this is a public space. While it's not a city space, it is a space within this development. And so I just simply used pertinent guidelines for public design improvements, public signs. New and primarily new plaques should be discreetly located, should not obscure architectural elements. So that was kind of the key thing that we could work off of. Now, if you all want it, there will be some fencing there. You could want it on the fence, but at the last meeting, yeah, the comment was fine on the wall, just not centered between the 2 piers. And I would suggest that, it be posted at eye level, centered line at eye level, almost like with a picture frame. And
okay, well, I don't have a preference where it's located, so I just wanted to know what guidelines we were supposed to be looking at. Thank you.
Sonia, I think you hit on a really good point. Are there any comments from the public? Please raise your hand if you have one.
I'm looking at the list and I don't see any raised hands.
All right, comments from the BAR.
Yeah, I got one.
Go for it.
James, you want to go?
Yeah, just real quick on the next image, Robert. I'm not as familiar as maybe some others are with this exact location. From the orange fence back to the coal tower, I'm curious how much distance there is there. And the reason I say that is potentially if that's going to be planted or something, that might end up getting a goat path where people want to walk up to the plaque to read it more closely. So that might behoove it to be put on one end or the other or something like that.
Yeah, so James touched on just what it occurs to me that I know there was a site plan for this, because it's being developed as sort of a semi little park. And it might even be that the more appropriate place is inside of the structure, inside walls, rather than cluttering up the outside wall. And it would just be nice to see a site plan of it in conjunction with this, because it's kind of out of context, especially with, is there a sidewalk there, or is a planter, as James says, I don't want to make heavy weather of it, but it just seems that there should be something a little more deliberate about the placement of it, and is currently evidenced by just slapping it on the building.
I think there was a site plan submitted for last month's meeting when lighting was also being reviewed, and I'm happy to share that. I think I should still have it in my files if you'd like to see that right now as well.
Yeah, I think I remember there was going to be like a bocce court in the middle of it or something.
Right.
That sounds great.
and man, my thing won't shoot. Yeah, my computer's not happy tonight.
That would be really helpful before we go too much further down the road on this.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Awesome. And a random comment while you're pulling that up, my internet connection has been really spotty recently. So if you guys happen to lose me, I will be trying to log back in very quickly, but it may happen.
You're too big to get lost.
We don't want to lose the chair.
Yeah. Can you remind, is Tim vice chair or Breck vice chair? Okay.
I think Breck can keep you guys in line.
It was a close vote. I mean, Carl just put up more posters in the cafeteria. Yeah, my computer's not letting me access my image. So
here, let me. I'm gonna share this the screen now. I found the site plan.
Oh man, Ashley's gonna have a heart attack when she finds out we pulled it.
Little background. This is something that BAR was discussing for 2 years prior to I even came on board. So this is.
Well, I'm trying to zoom in. Sorry.
It does appear there's pavement directly in front of the coal tower.
So is this the proposed site?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Right there.
The coal tower, is the circle.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're right. Where's the base that we were looking at?
It's close to where that fence is, I think.
So this is Water Street is at the bottom, and in the circular structure is the elevated coal tower, and
is
so
the wall of the bocce court right here, is that the wall that we were seeing?
Go to the image. So you go to the photograph of the tower, and just recall where that circle is, and you'll see that it's there's like a sidewalk there. So the circle is above that, is above that thing.
Yeah.
So the bocce court's inside there. So what you have there are some low plantings, and then there's some street trees and a sidewalk. So now you can go back to that. All right. So you can see that. Yeah.
Those are grasses that are about 3 or 4 feet tall.
I didn't think they were that big. I thought things were relatively low, but it's
It's a very unclear plan, I have to say.
yeah, that's why I always envisioned it on a fence. But
What's the next sheet, Robert? Is there any more information on it, or is that it?
No, these are all things that were submitted. This is all lighting information that was submitted last month. Yeah, unfortunately, this is all we have.
And we did see this image, the photograph with, I guess, that Jeff created with a little sign stuck on the bottom center of the tower last month, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't mean to be kind of mean about this, but why did we not talk about this last month? when we had this information.
Because she didn't have the actual images of the plaques, and I think she emailed
Correct.
them to us.
So we couldn't approve it, but we said that we would put this on the consent agenda.
Right.
I think we had the image we're looking at right now, we had last month, and we had
Right.
that site plan last month. So I think we can give some recommendations. I'm just concerned that we really should have talked about this last month, and discovered these issues last month. And now we're kind of bringing stuff up and the applicant's not here, which seems a little unfair.
Right.
I feel a little differently about it. I think we have enough of an information about what the sign looks like. And I think that this sign would work on either side of that concrete wall. And I'd be comfortable with approving that tonight.
So when looking here, you mean like around the corner from where it is, or
on the right or left side?
Like right
left side
here
of that,
or right here.
of that street wall? Okay. And that fits.
I agree with Breck. I think he's right.
I mean, I
Brett, why
thought
don't
we
you
did
make a
decide on
motion?
putting it to one side or the other, which is the only reason I was asking, and I was wondering if we had missed something.
The paved surface is only going to be about 3 feet, 2 or 3 feet from the wall. So I don't think there'll be an issue with people reading it.
Yeah, I just didn't know what the final grade was relative to that image. So I didn't quite know. That wall as it is right there is probably about 8 feet tall, 10 feet tall. So I just sort of guesstimated at a height. But what we would say is, center line on eye level and to the left or the right, and not centered on the wall would probably be sufficient.
I personally like the aluminum or the stainless steel option better. I think it's more appropriate for the industrial context, but I imagine either could be argued to be within our guidelines.
Rick, would you like to make a motion that positions the sign and then recommends your preferred material?
Sure. Well, we don't have a motion queued for this one, do we?
Do we not?
I'm good. I've got an idea.
I've got the motion from
Last time.
August for the light fixtures.
Yeah.
You want me to go? Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the city design guidelines for site design and elements, I move to find that the signage satisfies the conditions of the certificate of appropriateness approved on September 18th, 2018. And I think after that, Brett can insert his details.
The with the direction that the sign be located at either side of the primary concrete wall, but not in the center, and it should be installed at eye level.
And the material?
And the board expresses a preference for the stainless steel or aluminum option.
I accept Mr. Gastinger's friendly amendment to my motion.
I second it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call a vote. Mr. Zemer. Okay, that'll do. Mr. Lehendro.
Aye.
Miss Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Miss Lingle.
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz.
Aye.
Mr. McClure. Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
And Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Close that, come to this.
Now we move on to 167 Chancellor Street.
Right, so the next item on the agenda is 167 Chancellor Street. This is a project that has been
Jeff, I hope
Yes.
you don't mind, but I'm going to go ahead and promote Kevin Schaefer and other people with Design Develop so they can get a chance to get into the meeting before.
Okay. Can I continue talking or?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, no, it's okay. And I didn't know. I don't want to mess anything up. All right, 167 Chancellor Street. This is a project which been before the BAR on several occasions over the last couple of years. And it's this is a COA request for alterations to an existing fraternity house and also some rehabilitation of the east elevation facing Chancellor and a reconstruction and addition on the west elevation facing Madison Lane. This is a 1915 colonial revival structure. It is within the corner ADC district and it is considered a contributing structure. And I know the applicant submitted the drawings and then we had some questions. They answered them with an addendum that you all should have had. And staff's of the opinion that this staff recommends approval. That we acknowledge, there were some questions about clarifying the roof flashing and some of the questions about the roofing shingles, but otherwise staff recommends approval. Any questions?
Well, do we have any questions or I'm sorry, the applicant needs to present. I'm sorry, Kevin.
No problem. Good evening, everyone. Kevin Schaefer with Design Develop. I have Bob Pinio here, Principal of Design Develop. We just wanted to start by thanking you guys all again for the thoughtful comments and feedback and direction that you provided at our last meeting. We took all your comments to heart in this revised package, as I think you'll find evident. And we've presented a proposal in keeping with the design direction that we've been given by both our client and the direction we've received from the board. And in keeping with what we all want on this site, which is a building which represents and coexists with the precinct at large. So we understand the design imperative for the detailing and the general application of the forms to be in keeping with the agreed upon look and feel of the neoclassical features found in the district, and in particular on Madison Lane. So we hope that in this package, you'll find a more coordinated documentation set that further develops the details in accordance with these previously approved concepts and massing. So in terms of the development of the details, we wanted to assure the board that the list of items discussed in our last meeting has been addressed. So page 4 and 5 of this resubmission booklet provides a summary of these revisions on each street facade based on the comments that we received from the board at our last meeting. These revisions include lowering the proposed second floor windows to reveal the full brick trim. We've added a decorative brick header at all the first floor proposed windows. We've enlarged the Madison Lane entrance door to match the adjacent window header height. We've added copper valley and ridge flashing and copper J trims on the roof. We've retained the historic front door on Chancellor Street, and we've added boxwood shrubs to screen the HVAC equipment that's on Chancellor Street. And finally, we've added a soldier course brick water table. Specifically, we are also submitting additional details around the porticos and the side porch, items that were always coming but had not been fully fleshed out. Additionally, we've added what we feel is appropriate application of classically and contextually inspired ornament, trim, and finishes that adhere to the standards set by the rest of the district and the rest of Madison Lane. So we do appreciate the board's comments in our last meeting. We look forward to reviewing this resubmission and talking through any questions you may have. We've revised a multitude of the details based on your comments, and I'm happy to go through each item specifically, but I thought it may be more prudent to just address specific questions or dive into individual topics in more depth as needed. And so with that, I'll just go ahead and open it up to any questions the board may have.
Let's start first with, are there any questions from the public?
Please raise your hand using the participant feature if you'd like to provide comment. I don't see anything.
All right. So questions from the board? And Jeff, you received a supplement from them, correct? Did everyone get that?
That should have been in an email.
Can you describe what was included in the supplement? Just generally.
Kevin, you want to say it?
Yeah, there were two requests for supplemental information. The first one was an elevation that cut through the portico on Madison Lane so that you could see the elevation, the relationship of the Madison Lane entry door to the rest of the windows. And the other was some clarifying questions on the gable roof trim details at the rake.
Got it. Thank you.
I have to ask this, and I'm sorry. Because I'm sure you can tell where the slate question came from. Did you guys happen to look at? I think it's EcoStar synthetic slate. You seem to hone in pretty tightly on the one brand, and I'm just kind of curious what the reasoning was behind that.
It was a combination of working with our contractor that's been selected, his roofing subcontractor, the material he is familiar with, the dealer that we were, having this back and forth conversation with. So it was based on budget, looks, performance, a variety of things.
Okay.
I got a question, Kevin. Looking at page 4, and I think there's another detail maybe closer up, but I'm a little puzzled by the way the portico hits the roof. The upper, let's see if you zoom in on it, where is it? Got a close detail of it maybe. Or actually page 8, if you zoom in on the image on the lower left corner, it looks like it just dies before it hits the roof, that cove molding. And I'm just kind of curious, or should I not be looking so much at the model here, but rather the section in the, of the, the detail sections. It just looks like there's more going on than say that drafted sketch just above it. I know that's the actual the porch proper, I'm assuming, not the frieze, or not totally sure what that is directly above. You see the hand drawn sketch, the drafted one with the column, and then the architrave, and it looks like there's another column on top. So I'm assuming that's actually the porch band. Is that correct?
That was just some.
That's just a reference. That's just a reference.
Reference showing the alignment of the columns.
Yeah, okay. It just seems like the geometry is a little awkward still, the way it hits the other roof. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. I'm just curious. And that may be more the model than the actual worked out detail.
Tim, are you talking about where, and I'm looking at page 8 on the bottom, where that the cornice trim returns almost like a dormer coming into the roof, and it looks like that cove mold piece at the top, probably, but
yeah, the cove mold piece at the top. I mean, I'm assuming there's actually some sort of a block or something in there that stops it, but it's just its relationship to the way it all sort of hits the roof and the other eave just seems a little odd to me. But and I understand what's driving it because they're trying to keep it above the window head, but I'm just wondering if it makes sense to pull that thing down a little bit and just have that header lower or something. There's just something a little weird about it.
Tim, part of the, the geometries of it is we're trying to, as you know, tie into the Chancellor Street side. We're some of the elevations at band board, the height of the windows. So what we're trying to do is create, not only a fun room, that's the portico, the second floor room, but also try to be true as much as we can to the primary relationship between column and entablature, so that we're trying to strike that line across and trying to make the trim boards fit with the bottom of the board that aligns with the top of window. So that was
I
our
got that. Yep.
Yeah, that's our design directive, and then proportionality based off the columns and the entablature and how that whole thing feels. And this is just a subjective part of this. We did spend a lot of time in the precinct trying to understand, more about the rules. And I know Jody knows the rule, some of the neoclassical rules. There's even in the rules, there's a lot of, even within the district itself, there's a lot of nuance. And while there are rules, there's also application of those rules relative to context and relative to design issues. So so that's the world that we're trying to figure out. And I think, Carl kind of talked about this last time, is that we are trying to synthesize all these things. There are rules, there's proportion, and then there's reasonableness. What we're trying to do is to try to find a reasonable synthesis of all of these forces in the best way that we can. We did study this pretty extensively and tried to, the rules are important and fundamental. Buildability is another part. It's almost like a watercolor. How much does it look like there's a problem? And you go back in, so I think there's always some level of unresolvedness or maybe quirkiness of some element or another. It's pretty relevant in the district that other designers and through the 100 years or whatever have spent that energy trying to figure it out. We're in the same boat, but we've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort. I'm not trying to say that it's not, your point isn't valid. It's a combination of a lot of different forces that we're trying to resolve.
There's certainly a lot of invention going on as a general rule when you're trying to resolve these kind of details. And I get that. I just didn't know if what's getting you there is like being, the entablature for the house proper is quite a bit less bold than that on the porch, right? So it'd be nice at least if it just seems a little strange that the eave kind of crashes into the middle of the band rather than up in the picking up that cove line. And I don't think it's necessarily critical. I just didn't know whether anybody else that bugged anybody else or not. Basically.
A related question. You showed on page 4 again, you showed gutters from the roof to that level. What does the gutter run behind the portico? Does it die to the portico? And will you have a problem with water trying to penetrate to a really, a carpenter's dream, that thick portico profile that is nudged up against the roof and the eaves? Or what happens with that gutter? Does it die there? And I'm sorry, I'm not one of the architects that can read the drawings well enough to see. I just couldn't figure it out on the drawings.
Yeah, it dives into that portico, and then the valley flashing from the gable roof kicks that water out.
So, the solution visually is to pull that pediment back down, and so that that valley at the back of the roof there comes right down to the gutter and ends there. So you pull that trim detail down. I would say from a builder side of things, James, I'm curious what you think as well. So it's a little bit of a flashing headache. It's one of those, how do we flash there? How do we finish that? How do we paint it? How do we terminate it into it? But I was just trying to illustrate the solution would be to pull that pediment back down in line with the eave. But I think this is where
There is
classical that brings you below the window head. So,
well, there is a lot of precedent for doing that. There's an example on I think on Madison of where the I can't talk. The bottom of that pediment is actually below the tops of the windows. Also, if you look at like Montpelier does that as well. So the roof, the bottom of the roof is all level, and just where you have the portico, you have a much deeper entablature than the fascia board.
So if you look at sheet 10 on this packet, the central photo, I mean, it's not a pedimented portico, it's a flat portico, but that's basically what we're talking about, where the entablature of the portico is, the top of the entablature of the portico is in line with the cornice going around the rest of the building. The central photograph there.
Yep.
I think that does kind of address the unique condition we have here, though, where the windows on Chancellor Street are bumped up against that trim board.
Right,
So,
and
that would require dropping that, that beam board, the beam around our front portico, pretty significantly below the top of our window header.
You should look at the building directly across the street from this one, because they do that.
yeah, so I mean, I think Tim was really getting at the root of the problem is that we're carrying the cornice line from the original house on around.
Exactly.
And then that's what's really causing the challenge is putting this neoclassical entablature on a, colonial revival, if you will, house. And I think Jeff's right. Like if we were to pull the portico down and out, that would result in something like this that could solve that issue, but it causes other problems. So
I just sent an image to Robert by email. Robert, if you can pull that up.
Yeah, 1 minute.
To me, it's not a picture of my dog or something, but you never know.
I think somebody mentioned it. I think it's absolutely true. The primary issue here is that we're taking a elevation from the Chancellor Street side and to try to pull the rest of the building all together. That entablature is a datum, and that datum is set quite low. And one of the things that we're trying to do is to create a pulse of energy in the front portico and in the side porch. And there's a kind of an energy that's based in the middle of the building and on the side of the building. And then the rules are very simple on the other sides, although they're articulated more. I think it would be disappointing and kind of anticlimactic to lower that portico, because the room above it, the height of the columns, that's I would say a steeper price to pay for that. And basically these are solutions to existing issues. So it isn't a brand new building like across the street where everything is kind of, up to the designer's discretion. We're also working with context and trying to, pull all the pieces together. So it's, in my opinion, it's a bigger evil to drop all that to make the portico less of a statement than to rectify that eve. And I'll go back to this, is that the precinct does a lot of creative solves using the neoclassical language, but it isn't that, it's prescriptive, and there are examples of it. But part of the character, I think, is that it's dealing with specific design issues, and resolution of those design issues are sometimes not in the textbook, but they're part of the language of design resolution.
I think it'd be more, and I don't see an easy solution to this, but I'm just saying, I think it'd be more like actually not lowering the portico in this case, but actually raising the roof of the main volume so it picks up that first bed mold or whatever that is. Do you know what I mean? So that it's just sort of weird that it's landing in the middle of the flat face of the portico architrave there. And I don't think there's an particularly easy solution to it because of the geometries that are driving you from the other side. But if I look at, let's see, I'm looking at the side elevation on page 15, right? You know, it's almost like the roof wants to go up 6 or 7 inches and pick up that lower line, but I also understand why you don't want to do that. Next page, yeah. So zoom in on the side elevation of the portico and that lower elevation there, you know.
Yeah.
So it's mostly right now, I'm just making the observation. I think it's a slightly odd geometry. I don't see any immediate way to solve it, but it's just kind of your box in the corner there from what I can tell.
Tim, just for clarity, are you talking about raising the roof of the portico or the roof of the main building?
I'm talking about raising the roof of the main building, but like I said, I think that gets very problematic. But basically, it looks like it could go up. I don't know if that's 8 inches maybe or something like that, where it clears the flat band of the header, you know, carrying the portico roof. I don't think there's any easy way for you to do that because you've got an existing condition around the other side.
Yeah, the tough part is the hip roof, so they kind of dictate the spring point of the framing.
Yep, no, I understand. Anyway, I'm not going to belabor it. It just feels a little weird to me. I'm not, I don't know whether you put like some sort of a block or a pilaster there, like maybe something that receives it, like on page, that central section on page 6. There a pilaster, a white pilaster up the back there. Maybe that's something that goes up and captures that. I don't know. Just saying, there might be a slightly cleaner way to resolve that juncture. I'm not sure. I just think it's weird for it to kind of slam into the side of it there. So maybe there's some sort of a block detail or something you work out there that makes that work better. And it's not going to make or break the building. I know you guys have put a lot of effort into this, and that just seems a little weird to me. And it could be one of those things where you start chasing your tail and it gets weirder, not better.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to say anything more about it.
This is Jody. I have a comment to make or a question. Robert, would you turn to page 5 of the presentation?
Yes.
So I'm trusting that that everyone is looking to preserve the historic door and lights. The way this note is written, it allows the historic doors and lights to be replaced with new stuff that kind of matches the original. I like to see the note change to say preserve the historic frame, lights, and repair as required.
Jody beat me to it. That I was going to raise the Chancellor Street side, and I completely concur. These were my comments from last time. And I think a replacement is a demolition. And I don't see that the applicant is asking to demolish any of these historic features on this side. I absolutely think that they should be preserved, and probably the word transom should be inserted as well. We had a long discussion about this. during the last meeting, and I know that the applicant's been responsive on a lot of details in bringing this back, but that's one that I feel strongly about. And I think other members did too.
Well, I certainly do.
Yeah, I think we can clarify that note a little bit just by absolutely preserve the frame, preserve the door, preserve everything that we can. The verbiage there kind of came in the fact that the lights have already been replaced. The side lights are not historic. And the door itself is very rotted. It's in bad shape. I've talked to the owner about this, and they're gonna preserve the door, preserve the frame. When there's no desire to demolish it. There is some things that have not been maintained, and there's some things that are in pretty rough shape currently. So just to clarify that note.
And the things that are in rough shape need to be conserved, preserved, and repaired. And lights that have been replaced or were done badly, and if you have to replace them, then I would prefer to see them replicate the appearance of the original.
Agreed completely. And no desire to change the frame, the side lights, the configuration of it, the transom. The owner is well aware and agrees that the historic front door needs to be retained.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So where does this leave us? Is anyone, I mean, it sounds like they're okay with preserving what can be preserved on the Chancellor Street side. Is anyone dead set on changing the portico?
Carl, do you want me to share the image that you shared
Sure, yeah.
via email?
Yeah, I think just so we can see what has been done. And of course, this is a new building that we're looking at, but similar condition.
I feel like the applicants have done almost all of the things that we've asked for, with the couple of comments that have already been made. So I'm supportive of the project. I think we can decide if we need any clarification.
Seems to prove the applicant's point. When you align the architrave of the portico with the building itself, that second story, you've got to lean down to get a view getting on the porch.
Yeah.
It looks like a transformer or something, it's gonna crush you.
I mean, I think, and I kind of brought this up the last meeting, and I think the answer was no, the setbacks don't allow, but if the portico could be brought out further, that might help. It's basically slapping a portico on a colonial revival building, and that's the challenge. But I agree with the statement. I don't know if it's Ron that said that y'all have done a nice job responding to all our comments from last meeting, and I appreciate that.
And I do too. I'm pleased to see the alignment between column and entablature closer to the rules. Of course, the rules were created around the turn of the 19th to 20th century. And then people started going back and say, well, damn, the Romans didn't even follow the rules. So there's lots of exceptions to the rules. So I'm fine with the current state of the design.
As am I.
I wanted to just thank the applicant for their work on the Madison Lane profile, including just adding a little bit of interest on that side, the brick jack header on the windows, and the water table, brick soldier water table, really adds a little bit of interest to that side and makes it look less sort of out of the form book sort of thing, and refines the looks. I can only imagine how much, I'm a new member, but only imagine how much work has gone into this through the many times that you've appeared before us, and it really is a nice result. So thank you.
Yeah, and I wish we had talked about this portico before. I feel like it wouldn't be right to hit you guys with it now. But no, yeah, I agree. I think you guys have you've worked hard on this and done a good job.
Oh, I think the portico is 10 times better than it was last time. So, yeah, definitely. So,
do we have a motion? And do we need to include any language about the preserving the front door?
I have some language which I can add by amendment if somebody else makes a motion. Just jotted some things down.
I can do it. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for site design and element, new construction and additions and rehabilitation, I move to find that the proposed alterations and additions satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the corner ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application with the following modifications. Sherry?
That the note on page 5, summary revisions concerning the entry on the Chancellor Street side, say the following, be changed to the following: preserve the profile and dimension of the existing door, frame, lights, transom, repairing and replacing elements of that entry. I hope that leaves a little bit of leeway for the applicant to replace anything, or I'm sorry, I should say replicating. That was Jody's word, replicating elements of the entry. Understanding that some of it is not original, as the applicants pointed out this evening.
That was great. That definitely was our intention. So well said.
I accept that amendment.
I'll second.
I'll call a vote. Mr. Lehendra?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Langle?
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. McClure?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gastinger?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Aye.
Thank you. And Mr. Zemer?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Hi,
guys.
guys, congrats. And would you please, ask the fraternity that they can remove the sign that's up on the wall or the post or wherever we put it.
Yep, we'll do.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, if you know it's going to end up on the rotunda, if that you let them move it.
I know. I mean, it's like, where Waldo, I get calls all over town, The worst was the person that came in one day and wanted to meet me and said, someone taped a note on the window of my store that it's being demolished. I was like, the building owner didn't tell you. So yeah, that was, but yeah, that was that Artful Lodger. They had not been informed by the owner. So a little bit of a surprise. What do we have next? I'm sorry. We have
And next is
112
1112 Park Street.
Yep.
Yes,
So I got to, I'm going to bail.
And Tim, before you bail, is
Yeah.
there anyone other than Paul Josie who will be speaking on behalf of the project?
No, I think just Paul.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself as well. I have a personal interest in the outcome of this matter as defined by the Conflict of Interest Act.
Okay.
So I'll be turning off my video as well for the discussion
All right.
and recusing.
And before we start this, I just wanted to say real quick, there's a bunch of projects that have been completed recently over in the Chancellor Street area, and I think it would be worth the BAR looking at those. Actually, the BAR that's been here for a while to look at the ones that we've already accomplished, and when this most recent one is finished, I would really recommend you guys go and take a look at it and make sure that it's what you were thinking. Because I know we finally have some synthetic slate that's been installed out there. There's some retaining walls that we've grappled with that have been built. A bunch of projects that have been completed, and it's just always good to kind of know what our review actually results in.
Yeah, and I don't know, something's in the water over Chancellor Street because you've got another one coming your way soon. Of course, we also have 128 Chancellor. So what we have here is with 1112 Park Street is a COA request for alterations to the existing driveway with some associated landscaping work. A little bit of background is house was constructed in 1884. It's known as the Finch McGee Cottage. It is an individually protected property in the city, so it's not within a district, but it is guided by the ADC design guidelines. It's a two-story wood house. It's organized in 3 bays. The building incorporates picturesque arrangement, a range of features from various styles popular during the period. Its character-defining features include the steeply pitched gables, first floor bay window, veranda supported by Tuscan columns, and a roof balustrade crowning the veranda. There have been no prior reviews that I found for this. And again, this request for a COA, construct a new driveway. The existing gravel driveway is at the north property line, and the new will shift to the south and off of the property line. The existing turn around at the house will remain, and the new will be paved with crushed stone. And at the interface with the city right of way, there'll be a concrete apron as required by the city. There is some tree removal involved, removal of a 24-inch white oak and a 6-inch crabapple. The oak will be replaced. There's new landscaping, including native shrubs, ground covers. And along the north parcel line is proposed a 4-foot wood fence, picket fence that will be painted dark gray. Staff recommends approval with clarification conditions should be discussed. One is that, just to make clear, all work within the public right of way will be coordinated with the city of Charlottesville, approved by the city of Charlottesville. And then there was been some discussion about tree protection or actions to mitigate damage to the roots within the drip line of the trees that will remain. There's some that are adjacent to the driveway on this property, and then there's one 30-inch poplar on the neighboring parcel. That's what I have. I also circulated to you all a note from individuals who wanted to speak on this. I can read it into the record if necessary, or have you all acknowledge that you've reviewed it. We can leave it at that. So what is your pleasure on that?
For the sake of public record, why don't you read it real fast if you can?
Let's see if I can find it real fast.
I'm trying to remember if I saw it.
I can read it. I have it.
Yeah, you have it. Yeah, everything's just slow over here for me. Robert and I decided to stay at our homes tonight and see if things worked. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
the jury's out.
Okay, I'll just read this verbatim, what was submitted. To the Board of Architectural Review regarding the September 15th, 2020 meeting, comments from Alan and Jenny Cantor. We are writing to provide comments on the landscaping application proposed by Margaret Sherman Todd, which will be reviewed by the Board of Architectural Review at its September 15th, 2020 meeting. We learned of this application in a letter received on August 26th. The mailing contained a copy of the proposed landscape application. We have several concerns about the changes proposed in the plan. Our first concern is access. We have lived at 1122 Park Street for 42 years. For the period between 1978, when we purchased our house, and 1992, when Tim and Sherman purchased the house at 1112 Park Street, we enjoyed unquestioned access to our 2 off-street parking spaces by means of the existing driveway, which abuts our property line. In fact, the 2 spaces were already well established. The former owners of the house rented the upstairs, and the 2 households used the 2 parking spaces in the absence of on-street parking. The proposed plan removes the driveway that has provided access to these 2 parking spaces for decades. Our right to reasonable access to our property would be denied by the proposed driveway changes. In addition to eliminating access to the rear parking space altogether, the proposed landscaping and concrete entranceway would also eliminate the small portion of Tim and Sherman's right-of-way that makes our front parking space accessible. Among other things, this would make future removal of a stored covered van on our driveway impossible, rendering it potentially landlocked. Our second concern is mobility issues. As a result of several chronic medical issues, the proposed plan would present Jenny with serious mobility issues. These mobility restrictions would be addressed separately at the end of this document. Trees are a third concern. Moving the present driveway material could imperil the health of 2 very large trees on our property. They have major root trunks under the current driveway, which could be physically damaged and undetermined by its removal. The tree's more distant feeder roots could also be harmed. Thus, both the stability and the future health of the trees are at risk. We are also concerned about the majestic white oak on Tim and Sherman's property, which the plan proposes to cut down in order to relocate the driveway. Our 2 trees and their large oak tree have long flourished despite only being about 17 feet apart. All 3 trees have provided welcome shade and beauty for probably between 75 and 100 years. Earlier, we attempted to reach Tim and Sherman at the only main address we could find online, but the letter came back as undeliverable. They use a P.O. box. Yesterday, Alan left voicemail for Tim, who returned his call promptly. They had a very neighborly discussion about reaching some accommodation regarding our concerns. We very much hope some accommodation can be reached. It seems possible that minor modifications to the plan would protect crucial access to our front parking spaces without causing significant delay or harm to the proposed plan. Addendum from Jenny Cantor regarding medical concerns. While medical matters are not part of the BAR's mandate, I feel a need to explain why access to our front parking space is so crucial to me. Now in my 70s, as is my husband, I have a permanent handicapped license plate. After a knee injury and 4 surgeries that failed to fix the problem, there is nothing further to be done. I walk with difficulty, slowly and painfully, using wrist crutches or a walker. I am also a multiple cancer survivor, and I've been diagnosed with LFS, a genetic syndrome somewhat like BRCA1 or 2, but worse. It involves a much higher probability of cancer and puts far more parts of the body at risk. For this reason, I am subject to extensive monitoring at both hospitals. LFS necessitates many medical appointments and tests, including whole body MRIs, and may result in further surgery in the future. The proposed landscaping plan would cut off access to the front parking space that has allowed me to retain my independence and get to many appointments despite my handicap. Ostensibly, there exists some parking on the opposite side of Park Street, but reaching it would be extremely hazardous for me, and leaving a vehicle there would be folly. Only the occasional delivery van hazards the dangers of fast bidirectional traffic, and then only briefly. In addition, it would be impossible for me to walk as far as North Avenue in search of on-street parking. Even if I could, I am too wobbly to risk walking in the road. There is no sidewalk in front of our property. I also worry about my husband's needing to do this in the future, especially after dark, if the rear parking space is lost as a consequence of the proposed changes. Nor is standing at the road waiting to be picked up a realistic alternative. I can stand for only brief periods, but it takes some time to load my crutches or walker and get into a vehicle. Northbound cars often fly over the crest of the hill. Some could be unable to stop in time to avoid hitting an unexpected pedestrian or stationary vehicle. Emergencies. Most importantly, of course, our mobility concerns would be heightened in the event of an emergency, such as a medical crisis or fire. What would life be like without access to the world beyond our property? I fervently hope that some modifications sufficient to allow access to our parking spaces can be reached. Otherwise, I fear being essentially housebound. Respectfully, Alan and Jenny Cantor.
Thank you, Robert. I guess with that, Paul, would you like to present on this?
Yes. Should I just share my screen? Up there.
That works.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, board members. My name is Paul Josie with Wolf Josie Landscape Architects, and I'll be speaking about 1112 Park Street. This is between Davis and North Avenue, just north of 250 here. And I'll be presenting the project, and I think it's Mr. Warner has already done a nice job describing the project, but it includes a driveway realignment, shifting the existing driveway between 2 and 7 feet from the existing driveway's location further south. There'll also be a new 4-foot fence along just off the property line, as well as new plantings on either side of the fence and a new planter between the new fence and the realigned driveway. This came about as a result of the current conditions along the property line. As a reminder, this is a historic property, and the adjacent property, there are a lot of the current owners are considering downsizing, and we're looking at potential for real estate impacts to this driveway, the current driveway condition, which you'll note as of a month ago, at least, there was a large wood pile that's been there for a long period of time that's been covered with an old metal roof. There's a number of cars that park on the side of this house, and that is they access that parking from the client's property here at 1112 Park Street. So actually drive onto 1112 Park Street, and then they park onto their property. Occasionally, or frequently, one of the cars actually is actually projecting into 1112 Park Street. So the goal of this project is to establish a bit more definition to the property line, and as well as sort of provide a new approach and to this kind of IPP property and how you access the building. So how you access the front drive and drop off. This also has, well, obviously, it will improve the property value as well. Going on to the next one, you can see by shifting this driveway, one of the impacts, there is a 24-inch white oak that is impacted. You can see it in all these images here. We had looked at preserving this tree in the process, but did not feel comfortable that we could truly save the tree. And so we're actually proposing removing it. And looking at the other trees, this site has a number of terrific mature canopy trees throughout the site. This is in winter where you can really see all of the additional trees. The primary one is a very healthy 42-inch white oak, one of the largest in the city. It is a magnificent tree in their front yard. And that tree is actually the canopy is actually being encroached upon by this 24-inch white oak. There's also another 21-inch northern red oak that is actually on their property as well. That is, the canopy is also in competition with this tree. So by removing this one tree, there are benefits where you're reducing competition to the 42-inch white oak as well as to the 21-inch northern red oak. So you can see here where there's a very tall canopy where it's the tree has been sort of reaching for the light and sort of going for a bit of canopy competition in that zone. This is looking at nearby properties on Park Street. You typically have a mix of trees with some views to the houses. Another one, some are a bit more blocked. Non-IPP properties, these have actually screening hedges in front of them to some extent. And this is at 1112. This is the neighbor that has been referenced. This is their current view onto the street. I can see the access itself and how they pull into this property's driveway and then partially into their property line. There's also a large covered van that is in view of this property as well that is seen in this view here in the front yard. So the design, the proposed design, again, shifting that roadway, the hatch in blue is where the existing aggregate will be removed and restored to a planter. And then the gray area is where there's an existing aggregate driveway, which we're actually reusing that aggregate surface and we're adding to it. We're not doing any excavation into the critical root zones or the structural root zones in this area. So our goal is to reuse as much of the existing drive as possible. So we've elevated grades in this area. This shows the 24-inch white oak being removed, and you can see again that 42-inch white oak here, as well as this 21-inch white oak here. These are only 17 feet apart, so they are in high competition with one another for resources. So you will actually improve the longevity of this 21-inch white red oak by removing this tree. So it's and then finally, there's also a small crabapple that's being removed and in poor health currently. Looking further, this is a rendered plan of that same approach. As Mr. Warner mentioned, there's a concrete apron at Park Street that's being proposed. This is also elevated to reduce impact to existing routes. And this is per city requirements. Also, the drive here, you can see there's a mix of shrubs, which are comprised of a native smooth hydrangea, which we'll have Preston images of shortly, as well as a mix of pucra and lady fern and anemones and other ground covers on both sides of the entrance drive. We're also, to replace the missing canopy, there's a new white oak being replaced here that will slowly grow under these oaks, and as they may decline, this will sort of fill in the next generation of oaks on the property. The fence that's being proposed, this is a 4-foot wooden picket fence. This is cedar painted a dark gray for the vertical pickets. The tops are slightly angled to keep moisture from collecting on the tops of the fence. And this is, again, only 4 feet tall. These are some Preston images of that mix of native shrubs and ground covers, mostly native shrubs and ground covers, the replacement oak. And then that composition is a similar composition that we're going for in this project. To address one of the comments that is really important, this is actually not in the packet. Am I able to show 2 slides that discuss the critical, how we've protected the root zones? Is that appropriate, or would you prefer not to? Is that okay? Okay. So I just wanted to point out again, this is just that grading plan. This is again the 21-inch northern red oak, as well as the tulip poplar, the 30-inch tulip poplar in this zone here. And how critical root zones, we're not actually excavating into these zones with the new driveway. This is a similar driveway. We're actually restoring the existing aggregate zone to a planter. And so the goal is to really protect the existing trees. There is some potential impact at the edge of the critical root zone that we've mapped, with where we're actually cutting into that slope where that existing oak is. While there would be traditionally, competition with the oak we're removing, and probably less likely critical root zone in this area, there's there's potential for roots in this area, and we're impacting less than 15% of approximate possible critical root zone. So that is much less than up to 30% is the typical impact that you can provide without any implications to that tree. And these trees are in healthy condition, and we would propose to do this work once the trees are dormant to reduce any possible impacts to minimize that. So that is the general presentation about this. And again, this is a driveway realignment and new fence project. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Paul. So do we have any questions from the public? If you have a question, please raise your hand. Use the raise hand feature on Zoom.
So Carl, there's one phone. So I know that Ms. Cantor was thinking about speaking from phone, and I see a phone number here, but it's not the phone number she shared. Maybe this is a question for Joe or for Jeff, but should I unmute this person even though it's I don't recognize the number?
Robert, you could, I've seen in other meetings, you could take that person into it. Can you do a breakout room with that person and see if there's a project they'd like to speak to?
I don't think breakout rooms are available, and yeah, Joe might not be online right now.
How quick can you mute them if it's unpleasant?
Well, okay. I hopefully it won't be. I think I can mute them. So I'm going to unmute this phone number 1-434-566-0002. And if you're not planning on speaking, I apologize and I'll mute you immediately. But if it is someone with comment, then you can speak. So I'm asking them to unmute and they are not unmuting. So I'm going to disable their talking. And also, if Ms. Cantor, if you're at home and I just didn't allow you to speak, please send me an email. And I apologize that this didn't work out.
Is there I feel like there's a star number that you press to raise your hand. Do you know what that is?
1 minute.
Hey, Robert, what's the question?
Hi, Joe. You know, I kind of passed it at this point, but there was a phone number from an attendee and I didn't recognize it, but I know that somebody was planning on speaking with a phone number for this project.
Sure.
And I just didn't know if the protocol would be to unmute them or not
sure.
even.
You can allow them to talk well, you can actually ask them to press *9 on their phone. And then if they would like to speak.
Okay. Okay. So again, I might ask with that in mind. Thank you for your patience, everybody. But caller whose phone number is 434-566-0002. If you would like to speak, you can use the raise hand feature, which is *9. So press that on your phone right now. Your hand will raise and I'll allow you to talk. Otherwise, we can move on.
Well, we can come back.
Yeah.
Questions from the board?
And Paul, if you don't mind, could you unshare your screen and then I can share my screen back to your application if there are any questions for it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quick question. Paul, could you please just clarify the position of the fence, the proposed position of the new fence?
So the current, it's actually replacing an existing fence that straddles both lines, but the dark line, actually you can go back to that rendered plan. So we have the, go back to the rendered plan, please. We're trying to show that fence about, well, actually as it's rendered here, it looks like it's right on the property line, but we're keeping it about 6 inches off the property line, that proposed fence.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a photo of the current fence? I believe you do.
In the very beginning, you can make out a fence if you zoom in, go back up one image, right there on the bottom right. You can see the current fence. It's a mix of aging wood pickets and metal wire that extends on the bottom right, and then the bottom 2 images, really.
Is there any concern with the type of equipment that you'll be using to excavate as far as weight on the tree roots?
I'm not necessarily concerned about weight on the tree roots. It's really the excavation and the cutting and tearing of roots that is problematic. And then the areas that we're proposing to remediate and restore the plant beds where we're really only want to use the top, removing the top 2 inches of aggregate. So we're really minimal, not impacting the structural roots at all, and ideally not impacting the roots at all, given it's just a compacted aggregate zone. So then we can work that area to get in planting soil.
I also got an email just now from Ms. Cantor, and she wanted to note that the wood pile that's noted in the plan is now gone.
Okay, thank you.
This is Jody. Since we read into the record the messages from the Canners, I think it's appropriate that we also know staff's response to those, which we've been given. And I think that would be helpful to fill out the record.
Yeah.
Is Jeff still part of this? And can he give his response to the messages?
Yeah, I spoke with the Cantors last week. Actually, I think is it Cantner, but the it's a I can't express that we're not sympathetic to their concerns. However, this is the IPP is within the boundary of the property owned by the applicant, and the purview of the BAR is how does this request conform to or not the design guidelines that we have. There's nothing in the guidelines that just think carefully for a second, just that said this is their property, and to make a determination based on another party accessing that property, that is not something that's within the design guidelines. So our evaluation, the VAR's evaluation of this has to be anchored in those design principles. And I think the way I have characterized it is that it could be as simple as a request to construct a fence along their property line. I cannot imagine within the guidelines that you would be able to deny that, and the result would be, the closing off of this driveway. So when so there are things that are quite simple that would I believe be easily approved. But that said, if in the design guidelines there is something that raises a concern about the landscaping, the fencing, the treatment of the trees and landscape, that's all that the board can focus on.
Great, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
I also got an email just now from Ms. Cantor, and she will be trying to call in. So I'm going to help her do that really quickly. In the meantime, I'm sure you can continue your deliberation.
We are still in questions for the moment. Paul, did so from Ms. Cantor's email, it sounded like she had just recently spoken to, somebody said she had just recently spoken to the applicant. Are you aware of any proposed changes to this design, or is this the design that we're voting on?
I believe they are regularly speaking. As of today, they're speaking to each other about different options in this. It's of note that the Cantors have about 70 feet of right of way along Park Street, and there's not a major grade issue such as the steep grade in front of this property. So access is very feasible and available for them. It's also, you could have a full turnaround in their front yard if you wanted. I mean,
if I could interrupt, I just, again,
unrelated.
Yeah, what's going on next door is not an IPP. It's not in a district, and what they can or can't do, and so I think focus on the design guidelines and relative to this request.
Are there other questions from the board?
I still think it's nice to know, Jeff.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure if this was something that had plans for deferral or something, but we should vote on what we have and vote per the guidelines. Robert,
I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know that I'm in the process of helping Miss Cantor log in. So, yeah.
Well, we, I guess the next step would be comments from the public. We can wait until she's ready.
Do you want to take a quick break? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, could we maybe take a 5-minute break if that's possible?
All right. 5 minutes, everyone. We'll be right back. Up you go. Jeff, are we going to see your hair the entire night?
Oh, I'm still here. One second. Hi. So I have the Cantors online on my cell phone. They were unable to call. Would it be possible for them to provide 3 minutes of comment speaking through me? Is that acceptable?
If you want to, if you're willing to do that.
They were willing to do it and I'm willing to do it. So, okay. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Cantor. I can, if you'll speak and just break every few minutes and then I'll communicate what you're saying. Okay. So he just wanted to say that he and Tim have had several conversations, very neighborly, and they would like to continue having these conversations. Okay, let me communicate that. They wanted to say that they've made several changes to the property since the plan was submitted. The fence that was noted is now gone. The wood pile is gone, and they have significantly cut back on the holly in the front, which provides better sight lines to North Avenue, to the north of Park Street, or North Avenue from Park Street. Okay, is there anything else? Okay. 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 And finally, they just want to add that cutting driveway access from their property to Park Street would be difficult, first because it's very steep, and second, it would cut through gas and water lines. So, okay, that's all. And I think I've communicated everything. So let me know if there's anything else via email. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Bye. Thank you all for your patience. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for doing that, Robert. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to comment? If you would, please use the raise hand feature.
Yeah.
Okay. Comments from the board. I guess, I mean, I'll start by saying, you know, we do have an application before us and we are legally required to act on this unless there's, you know, unless the applicant's representative would like to make any changes. Yeah, so we should act on this according to the guidelines. I'm hoping that communication can continue between the applicant and the neighbors, and maybe we see a revision in the future. but we are legally bound to act on this.
And therefore, I would like to make a motion. If, having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for site design and elements, I move to find that the proposed driveway and associated landscaping satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this IPP, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll call a vote. Mr. Zemer,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. McClure, Mr. Lehendra,
Aye.
Ms. Lingle,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And with the applicant again, just remove the sign wherever it was posted, and we would very much appreciate that. Excuse me. Next up is this COA request for 128 Chancellor Street. This is a project that you all discussed last month as a preliminary discussion item. The structure was built in around 1926. It is within the corner ADC district, and it is contributing. It's a rectangular building, 3-bay frame, shingled dwelling, not a swelling, dwelling with Craftsman and Colonial Revival stylistic elements. It was constructed as a dwelling, and the house was occupied until 1969 when it transitions to other uses. And since the 1980s, it has served as the Center for Christian Study at the University of Virginia. The COA request is for a proposed 3-story addition of approximately 10,500 square feet. It's about 3,500 square feet per floor at the rear of the existing structure, and some alterations at the front entry terrace there on Chancellor Street. I have listed some of the items, the design components, the building components, and included some questions that we had, and I communicated these with the applicant. We did get some amended material that was yesterday. Staff, into the staff report, we put this out last week. I have not reviewed that material in detail, so I cannot say, whether it has addressed the various questions and whether it communicates everything that the BAR discussed with the applicant back in August. So I will leave that to your discretion. I believe the applicant's here, and if you all have any questions for me. Okay, Robert, you got it?
I have one question, Jeff, and
yes, sir.
I apologize because I had missed this part of the meeting last time. What were some of the details that were requested?
There were two components. One is what was discussed in the preliminary discussion, and then there were some items that I requested in the review, and those are specifically in the staff report. I don't have the minutes in front of me from the meeting.
The minutes haven't been completed yet.
Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry, my notes were pretty poor from last week, but but you can see in the staff report there, we're talking about, we have a good rendering, it's a good representation of the design, but there's some details that I think we still need. We typically request cut sheets for windows. There are some surface details that aren't, for example, what's going on inside that it is an open garage space. What's going on in there? What's the cap of the parapet wall? There are some concrete finishes on the front, what are the colors, et cetera. So again,
So those items are in that packet that they submitted.
Okay, and that's why I said
I
didn't have time to review it. Yeah, and I got that yesterday.
Well, that's why I asked.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It is submitted and it's part of our packet.
It was submitted supplementally yesterday.
Okay.
And it was uploaded.
Does that mean
online.
we can't? It officially really should not be considered. Right. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry.
That.
Yes.
If everyone is okay with this, I'd like to review what we've received, but I think we need to. I don't think we can make a motion on this tonight. We could talk about that during our comments, but that's my feeling on this. Are we ready for would the applicants like to make a presentation?
Sure, this is Tom. I think Bill Sherman's on the call as well.
Yes,
I'm not sure to what extent you want us to present the design. Again, as we did in August, we're quite willing to do that. I will just say as background. So we did it, as Jeff noted, we were in front of you all in August. It was a great meeting. What I took away from that meeting, specific to comments, was that there was some question about the retaining wall, what its materials were, how big it was. Some questions about window details, what do they look like, how's the flashing done, how's the trim done, and more questions about the front entry. We did talk in that meeting about lighting, how we were going to approach the lighting, and I think verbally at that time we communicated it was going to be handled very subtly, not on the building, but low lighting along the walls and at the walks for egress, but nothing significant that would impact the neighbors or the dark skies. So we submitted a package, then a resubmittal in September, which addressed those comments. I think on pages 11 and 13, we included renderings and images of the retaining wall from the east side. On page 14, we included kind of window details for the various conditions with the hardy panels and the shingles, depending on substrate, what the flashing was like, what the size of the trim was, which was intended to match the existing trim. And then the last two pages, 17 and 18, was more information about the front entry, the kind of materials we were thinking at that time, and more flesh out of the design. I think before we had a hand sketch, and then we did the hardline drawing. As Jeff noted, last week we got some additional questions about what was what and what we were doing about the flashing and what kind of lights and products. So we put together a supplemental submittal that we sent out yesterday morning, which would then be the basis that we would use tonight to answer your questions and any other questions that you would like to ask. If you would like us to kind of go on the record with the kind of design intentions and presentation, Bill will certainly give you a brief discussion of that to enter the record, or we could go right to questions at your desire.
I mean, if there's anything you want to highlight, I'm fine going straight into diving right into this, but up to you guys.
I think, excuse me, I think I might just say that if it's already in the record in terms of preliminary presentation of the full kind of design presentation that we did, I think might just add that in the supplemental package, there were a couple of, we did make a slight revision to the retaining wall, to the height of the retaining wall, in lowering the actual concrete height and having a guardrail that is a wood guardrail to match the construction that you find elsewhere on the property with the slatted wood. And and I might just also add, with respect to design presentation, that we did not really include in any detail in our August meeting, is the front area that was really added by the client in response to a desire to respond to the need for more outdoor gathering space. And so we have developed that as a design and a presentation, and in response to question of that also allows us something to enclose and contain the garbage cans and really clean up the front and the curb cuts across the front as well. We can go talk about that in more detail in response to questions, but it may be easiest at this hour, better use of time simply to respond to questions that you all have about the design.
If I might just say one of the things in that front entry area, initially in September, we suggested concrete pavers for what the finish is. In kind of working through the design and talking with our civil engineer and issues of permeability and just aesthetics, we are now proposing that we'll do that front entry in brick pavers on a sand bed, and it will be designed in a means to be that as a permeable surface.
All right. Well, let's start with questions from the public.
If you're a member of the public, can you raise your hand using the raise hand feature? I don't see anything.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I've got a question about the front area. As I'm reading the plan, it's almost fully, I guess it will be impermeable, but it's almost fully mineral, or it's removing almost all green space. And I'm just curious if you're running into issues with the city related to that. Certainly raises some issues related to the neighborhood.
Yeah, that review, we've been working with our civil engineer with respect to the permeability of the brick, which was actually what led to one of the issues that led to the change in building material, also to soften that ground in a sense, rather than having a lot of concrete, to have the brick material, both for its scale and its aesthetic on the ground. We are maintaining, there's only one tree in the existing area. You'll note that there are two fairly rough asphalt parking spaces on either side. The only green is actually a fairly well-worn lawn and a few small bushes in the front. We would be proposing to, we show a planter that contains that, so we would be retaining planting there. We are retaining the tree that's in front of the house on the left side as well. So we're trying to, in a way, increase the aesthetic presentation of the front to the street by replacing the paving of those parking spaces to either side, and providing an area for students to gather and for events. And it's really for the mission of the institution to spill out and be visible on the street, to the street in the front. But that is that's the goal behind it.
I have a question about the so the retaining wall in back. It looks like in your supplemental drawings that it comes down. I guess there's it looks like a historic stone wall that's currently back there. Does this just kind of come down right on top of that? Is that the graphic that I'm seeing, or is it something else happening there?
About what you're seeing, I guess. So the stone wall is there. It's behind the Buddhist Biker Grill.
Mm-hmm.
It will remain. Our wall is actually coming down about a foot behind it.
Okay.
So we'll be protecting that wall in terms of during the construction. And the wall, our retaining wall, is designed with all its footing going west. So there's no footing then onto the Buddhist Biker area or undermining that stone wall. So obviously it's going to be careful construction, but the intent is for the contractor, Alexander Nicholson, to protect that wall during construction phase.
Okay.
So what you're seeing then in that elevation drawing is just the stone wall running in front of the concrete wall.
Okay. That helps me understand that a bit.
And then to the right of the stone wall is just the remaining grade kind of warping down to the existing parking.
And on that back elevation, so I guess I understand that now there is no storefront. It's all going to be the Marvin windows.
Right.
How are you accomplishing the what looks like a spandrel panel through there? Is that can be fiber cement panels with fiber cement battens that look like the window trim, or?
Exactly. It will be a continuation. It'll be a panel. It's actually not that unlike what you find else on the house, where there are the batten enclosures. And we're doing that in the area where we, of those elements in the back that are clad in the shingles, to distinguish the kind of paneling that we have there from what you find back on the other volume, where you have the fiber cement panels that have the reveal construction on the other part. So it'll look like it's fully integrated with the trim detailing on the windows.
And you did, I think I remember seeing in here, you did make light selections. Do they show up in plan anywhere where they're going? I think you had some bollards.
No, they don't.
You don't, okay.
So the notion about those light selections is, we're using Vega as basis of the design. And there's a horizontal wall-mounted light, and that's what we'd be using along the retaining wall to illuminate that walk around the perimeter of the building. The bollards would be primarily up the south side of the building. The walk there that's on the south side, which is on the right side of that plan that we're looking at right now on the screen. There's a series of stairs that descend from Chancellor Street down past the building to the parking area. And right now there's about 2/3 of those stairs are in place. 1/3 of it is fully functional. The second third is falling apart, and the final steps aren't there yet. So we're going to rebuild those steps, and they would have the bollards. And then there were some ceiling fixtures, because in the lower level plan coming out of the parking garage, as you leave the parking garage from the man doors, there is a soffit area above you, and there will be downlights inserted in those soffits to illuminate the exits to meet the code requirements for exit lighting. And was there a fourth light?
You have an LED strip light.
So that would be a recessed light that we'd be thinking of using in the ceiling of the garage itself.
Okay.
So it would be a recessed light up there as well, meeting the kind of minimum standard lighting for the parking lot.
Yeah, and to avoid it being really within the view shed of anybody looking into the garage, they wouldn't be seeing a light fixture surface mounted on the garage ceiling that would be recessed into the ceiling. As we discussed at our last meeting, the exterior lighting and the impact of the lighting on neighbors or on the city are something that are a very high concern. So that's our philosophy, is that we want to see the light where the light should be, only where the light should be, and not actually see the fixtures to the extent possible.
Will those also be controlled and perhaps, dimmed down at night, that sort of thing? So it's not a light bomb underneath the building at night when it's not being occupied, that kind of thing. Perhaps like a dimmable and/or timing, that kind of stuff, where you can actually knock it down and then have motion sensors or something.
Yeah, the goal would be to provide the minimum code requirement for lighting and so to have it illuminating at that level at night, that would be the minimum level required by code for the parking.
We don't see any of the light as being decorative by any means, so we're not trying to do twinkle on the building or little.
No, I get
spots
that.
of bright. We're just trying to.
Right, I get that. I'm just thinking more about, a relatively unused parking garage can be quite a light bomb if it's, if for instance, if you were to dim it down and have motion detectors so that when you drove in, it picked up and then went back down in 10 minutes, that kind of thing.
Yeah, to the extent that we can do that in any location where we could do that with motion detectors, yes, absolutely. But we'll be coordinating that with code and egress requirements that are also in place.
Understood.
Yeah.
Also, just because you're higher than, you know, the street just below you there. So obviously you will have some impact on that at night. What's the Buddha Bar and what's the other place right behind you there?
There's a hair salon.
Yeah, right, which isn't really affected at night, but all right, just wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Jody. I'm wondering if it would be helpful for the applicants to go through the supplemental materials they've just submitted yesterday in case there are any questions from board members or a need for additional details.
Sure. Yeah. Actually, that's why I was being silent, as I was just reading through those myself right now, just to go back through those. Did everybody on the board receive these, or did anybody not? Better question. If it would help any, I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, I've read through them, but why don't you, Bill or Tom, if you guys don't mind quickly summarizing.
Tom, would you like to go through those?
Yep, sure. Obviously, so page 2 here, so kind of an exterior material specification. There were some questions. We did talk about some of this in August, and then there were several pieces of finishes that we did not talk about in August. But what we're thinking about then is we have a flat roof at the very top, the white EPDM. There's a bathroom addition on the south side of the building, kind of halfway down. We call it the hyphen. It's an existing elevation with windows, wood, white panels, and then a shingle roof, asphalt shingles. Basically, we are taking that elevation and pulling it 6 feet to the south. So we'll recreate that asphalt shingle look in that same wall that you see on the south side now. And then the existing flat roof, just for now, is a black EPDM that exists on that hyphen, and it will be extended 6 feet to cover that addition. The cornice and coping, it's all be metal, and it will be colored to match the material below. So if it's on the dark stained shingles, it will match the shingle color. If it's on the hardy panel system, it'll match the hardy panel color. The intent for it to kind of disappear. Gutters and downspouts on the main addition in the east, we'll have scuppers, but all the drainage will happen internally. There will be some downspouts and gutters on the south side addition for the bathrooms, and they will just match the existing gutters and downspouts. Siding, we did talk about this in August. We have the cedar shingles, 6-inch exposure. We're also considering hardy shingles, same exposure, painted to match the existing cedar. And then in between the panel system is the James Hardy Aspire Reveal panel system, light Pelham gray, Benjamin Moore light Pelham gray, and that is the color that was on the renderings in the September submission, as well as the August submission. All trim will be flat trim painted white to match the existing. The flashing above the windows will be metal white to match the trim below. The soffits on the underside would be a James Hardy soffit panel, and they would be matching we say cedar shingles here because in all conditions, that's a shingle condition. So if you'll have that dark brown coming down, it'll roll underneath onto the soffit. That rear retaining wall be a smooth metal formed concrete with the joints, which you see in the elevations and natural color. The guardrail back in August and in September, we were thinking that the concrete would continue on up 42 inches. Subsequently, looking at the elevations, we're thinking what we would do is extend the horizontal wood boards that we showed on the north elevation previously all around to the top of that retaining wall to kind of break down the size of that mass. The windows, Marvin aluminum clad windows, white cladding, matching existing. The window wall would be a Marvin structurally mold system, again with white cladding. And the glass would be a clear glass. And the intent is for it to be, it'll be a double insulated glass, of course, but it's going to be a low E, but it'll be as clear as we can get to meet the kind of energy standards. The doors that we have, and they are typically showing up, leaving the building, heading west off of the to the north stairs. We have marble aluminum clad wooden doors with white cladding. The front terrace pavers, we had talked that these were concrete pavers, but we are now thinking them as brick. I think there's a second page with it. So that was kind of the specifications, and then there were specific questions that came up in the that we were addressing. So roofing, we answered that in the specification. The cornice, the siding trim, windows, the light divisions and the lights. There are no buttons. They'll be typically as advertised in the elevations, matching the kind of the simple windows that they have in the original building. I think we answered the terrace and landscaping, number 9 on this question list. We talked about this before, using kind of fine concrete products for doing benches, tables, and chairs. The pavers would be brick. The trash enclosure that shows up would be the horizontal wood paneling siding like we saw on the north stair. That's kind of a reoccurring motif all around this building from the previous iterations of construction, and we'd be continuing that. And we're showing it on an elevation at 4 feet high. The planter boxes would be, there's the trash enclosure 4 feet high. The planter boxes would be custom by fine concrete. Lighting, we talked about the lighting in the exterior lighting. In the packet, you're flipping through the Marvin Windows product literature, and we've highlighted in red the type we'd be using, fine concrete. This would be an example of a bench, for instance, but they do many other products, so we'd probably be using them for the planter boxes as well. So that submittal, that supplemental submittal, is mostly in addressing, I believe, all the questions that you asked up until this day, and we're certainly willing to provide additional information, answer additional questions with more graphics, more drawings as required.
Are there any more questions from the BAR, or should we move on to comments? All right. Are there any comments from the public? Please use the raise your hand feature if you have one.
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Board?
I think that the solution to the front of the house, unifying all that and making it spatially complete, even if it is less green in the net result, I suppose. I mean, I'm just talking about green as in the color, not in terms of getting, not in terms of runoff and all that, but I think that strikes me as being a very successful way to approach that, because it's so broken up right now and just kind of a mess. And you know, as a gathering space, and basically as a, you know, it's a more appropriately public space, and it means the car isn't the star of the show anymore there, where I think the way it was before, they were kind of overwhelming. This is kind of a mess. So I think that was a great change. Or development might be a better way to put it. I'll also say this, I also think softening up that concrete edge with the additional railing also makes sense from a scale standpoint. Down below, off the parking garage.
I'll say a few things. I think the project continues to be a really elegant approach to the site and the need for program, and don't really have any concerns about the building per se, and feel like we've gotten the information that we have asked for, and should be able to approve it in that way. I do have concerns about the Chancellor Street landscape. While I don't mind the spare aesthetic of the paving and benches, when navigating down Chancellor Street, it really very much still retains that residential character. And there's very little to no precedent that I can see immediately of the entire front lot being paved or hard surfaces. And I just feel like we have so many examples of in Charlottesville of very small front yards being used in urban ways, but still finding a method, usually through low hedges or other small plantings, that break that paved surface and break down the scale of the planting and define a yard. I think that could be useful here as well. I just worry about the concrete planters in combination with the extensive brick paving. I think it would be a bad precedent for this street.
I think the issue for me there is just the fact that it's dominated by the having to park cars up there. I think that would change the game. Whether, in other words, I think a softer surfaces would be nice, but I think being able to unify it because they have to accommodate the cars is an issue.
Well, everybody has to accommodate cars.
Right, but in the front yard is the problem.
So
right?
let's just get rid of yards.
No, get rid of the cars.
Well, where the cars are going that's not changing.
Right,
I mean,
it's not.
That's not changing, but that's how they've chosen to use their property, is to go ahead and put cars there.
Right.
I mean, I agree with Breck on the front yard. I have to admit the scale is a little deceiving. It looks very large on this plan, and then I look at my pictures of the site, and there really isn't a lot of yard there. So to add some greenery is going to really cut into your gathering space that you've designed out there. But I do agree with Breck that part of me wants to see the benches be hedges instead of benches. It just seems like you just need a strip of green right there. But I do understand that hurts your program that you've tried to design. But it is a lot of hardscape for a street that, as Breck said, I think every other property has some sort of hedgerow or something to break it up. I think there's a project a little further down that we recently approved a replacement for a stone wall, and they've paved their front yard, but they still have a border of planting around it, which really helps.
There are a number of recent properties on West Main Street that have very small setbacks that also have seating in front, and I think have successful small plantings.
Do I understand the front yard is going to be bordered with planters, right? Is that the idea? Or have I misunderstood that design?
Concrete benches.
There's just going to be benches and not going to be planters then.
You guys do have two planters, I think, perpendicular to the house.
Yeah, we're showing planters perpendicular to the house that are starting to really make 3 rooms out of the front. I will say I do understand Breck's concerns entirely, and it really is trying to find a way to balance that issue by retaining the tree, introducing the planters while maintaining as much space as we can for the use and the kind of visibility of the use to the street. But it is something that, if you want us to, we will continue to study and make alternative proposals if that's what's required.
I think my concerns could be alleviated with a very small addition of a planting along the street.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and bringing even the benches, it looks like that's about a 2-foot module, even shifting the step and the seating inboard 2 feet might be enough to both give a little bit of separation and just reduce the both kind of glare or heat island. There's something that happens when your eye nothing breaks those hard surfaces.
Right.
So I'm always, this is Jody, I'm always in favor of adding more green when you can, but otherwise I believe that I'm satisfied with the design and believe that it complies with our guidelines.
I basically agree with Jody on this one as well.
Yeah, I think you have done a really good job of answering all of our questions. I mean, as a matter of protocol, we could vote on this tonight, but I think we need to, for the sake of, you know, public comment, public review. We've held up other projects for similar items, but I think we can probably give you some sort of vote of confidence if the rest of the board is on board with that. I do think a plan that shows where you're putting the lighting, or the bollards at least, just for the record, would be useful. What you described, I don't have any doubts that it will be perfectly acceptable, but it would be good to have that for the record, and you'll need it for the site plan process anyways. Are there any other items anybody sees that they feel like they need to see for the record in this?
I want to support Breck's comments. I think a thin strip along the sidewalk of some sort of planting that's at just the right height would still keep open visibility to the front yard, but also provide some intimacy to the front yard. You know, if it's wide open, it almost might defeat the purpose of making people feel comfortable to gather there. So, just want to echo Breck's sentiment.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Any other thoughts, anyone?
I agree with you. I think they've answered, you know, our questions pretty clearly, and you know, I could see some added softness to that front courtyard, but I also just like the fact that they unified it. That it was, you know, such a hodgepodge before with the asphalt on the side and the little piece of grass. I mean, you know, maybe it's, you know, as Breck said, either introduce some more green to the front of it, or maybe those benches have some combined planter or something like that with them, so that it's a little softer and cooler in the summer. There aren't any immediate, what's going on street tree wise in that general area? Not much, I guess, right? I mean, you've got something off to the left. You got a big tree. What is that, a catalpa? What is that?
The ginkgo immediately to the north.
Yeah, what is it? It's a gum?
Ginkgo.
Oh, it's a ginkgo. Oh, okay. That's a pretty sizable tree. But there's nothing, is there anything across the street? I was just curious more about and this isn't necessarily something they can address. I was just curious about the general level of shade there.
Directly across the street, no.
Yeah.
It looks like if there's any large trees, it's kind of on the borders between properties.
Yeah.
Covered with vines.
Yeah.
It's not the most cohesive street, to be sure.
No.
I mean, it looks like a locust there at the head of the parking area, if that's staying. From the photograph.
James, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Were you asking if the locust was staying?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, there's no intention to take down any of the trees at the front of the property. I think we were looking at the liriope and the shrubbery that's in the lawn area.
Are people still reviewing? Okay.
I think it's a really nice project.
I just want to make sure everyone gets a good chance to look over this supplemental packet, so we can hopefully avoid any surprises when we see this again.
So Carl, I have a question. The only thing that I'm hearing that people are concerned about is the treatment of the front yard at this point. So is there a way to go forward with this with some recommendations or emendations?
I think what we would want to do is have a vote that expresses kind of confidence in this design, and as well as a recommendation for some modifications to the front. Something that it can't be legally binding, but can at least say, yeah, when this comes back, we might be able to put on the consent agenda next month.
So the idea is to get this onto the consent agenda if possible.
Yes, or at least have it passed next month.
I guess
without any major changes beyond what we've talked about tonight.
It seems like the only thing that's at issue is how if there are some alternate ways to handle the front.
Yes.
So do you just want to take a straw poll? Is that how we would do that?
Yeah, I mean, we can have Robert can do a roll call. I think the roll call would be on a general consensus that we find this design meets our guidelines, and that we the information presented in the supplemental packet meets our guidelines, and we would like to see a revision to the front to introduce some more vegetation.
So you're
but it's not a COA.
Right. So this is a BAR deferral or applicant deferral. You could do either way. Probably BAR deferral, and you could roll that all together into that. But again, it's not an approval. I would hesitate to say that, you know, you're in some sort of a taking, you know, Robert recording a vote on yes, this is consistent. I think that I don't know, this is what we were going to get into later with our discussion.
I think you're right. I'm sorry, I forgot that we've done this before. I think before we voted on we accepted the applicant's motion or request for deferral, and we added some language that said we generally support the design and whatnot. Would that be acceptable to you, Jeff?
I think it would be, you know, helpful for you all to you know, instead of them requesting a deferral. I mean, you do have you do have 60 days to respond. So the deferral says this is coming back next month, the deferral from the BAR.
But we still have to accept it through via motion. So that will allow us.
Okay, I say could be you can defer it by a choice of the BAR at this first formal review. You don't need a request from the applicant.
Well, Bill and Tom, this is a really silly legal issue. If we impose a deferral on you, we have to act on it next month. If you request a deferral, you have, you know, if something happens and you supposedly just can't get us the drawings for next month, you're free to submit them whenever. So my recommendation would be that you guys request a deferral, and then we can make a motion based off of that.
Speaking for the applicant, we'll request a deferral, please.
All right. I'm gonna break the rules and make. Oh, sorry, James.
Sorry, just one little. Since we'll see this again, I didn't see for the bench seating if there's a color selection. And I think that'd be something we want to see because the picture's got like Carolina blue in there, and that's just not going to fly.
That's Buford Middle School blue.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I feel like the front entry it's too much of a mishmash of stuff from previous submittals and then this submittal, and we really need to kind of give you a kind of a pulled together submittal that reflects everything we've talked about.
Great.
All right, so I'm gonna break the rules and make a motion. I can get blamed if we if I mess this motion up. So I move to accept the applicant's request for referral. With the
proviso.
Well, no, I just and in accepting that request for deferral, the BAR wants to express that they find the design concept and details presented to us in the packet and also the supplemental packet we have received in accordance with our guidelines. And we would like to see some further work on the front yard design concept.
Second.
Okay, I'll call a vote. Mr. Zemer.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Mr. Lehindro.
Aye.
Ms. Langle.
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger.
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz.
Aye.
Mr. McClure.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry about the technical issues.
No, it's fine.
Thank you, Tom.
So before we start the next application, I'll just go ahead and promote the applicants to panelists.
Just, so you guys, appreciate that. The, for the new members of the BAR, this is, one of those tension points that, we review the applications and we ask questions. Because of the holiday and some of the circumstances, I allowed 128, some flexibility to get the drawings in, and it just sort of one thing backed up another thing. But yeah, we maybe if we'd gotten these addendum middle of last week, I could have responded and reviewed and given a recommendation. But I wasn't able to review it, and you certainly are within your authority to make a motion to approve something. So that was just merely my recommendation. But we have in the past, folks would come into meetings and literally bring entirely new sets or an updated set of drawings, and so we've really been pushing back at that, and I think successfully over the last 2.5 years, and really let folks know if we can't post it, publicly post it, reasonable amount of time prior to the BAR meeting, then it really we almost shouldn't even be acknowledging that it was submitted. So, but again, these are things we can discuss as we move forward. The next thing on the agenda, what do we got, Robert?
It's the 1619 University Avenue.
Oh yeah, this
and
okay.
We're joined by Ryan McGrath and Josh Wagoner.
So all the LED light experts are going to be on the hot seat tonight. This is excuse me. This is a COA request for exterior lighting at the Bank of America branch on the corner, 1619 University Ave. This is a building that was constructed in 1959. It is a contributing structure within the corner ADC district. It's a single-story classic revival brick commercial building characterized by a projecting half octagon porch. fixed 35 light windows and a hip roof. There were some prior BAR reviews, but nothing related to the lighting. And what we just so you all know, the bank, the folks and Ryan and his, or I'm sorry, Brian, they're working on this and 2 other Bank of America branches in the city. The other 2 are located within entrance corridor, so I'm able to review those administratively. But it's been a similar situation with all 3 on really trying to understand some of the LED lighting requirements that we've developed, or you all have developed as the BAR, and that's primarily been that because of concerns of lighting, and we all know which projects those have been, a solution that has somewhat become the BAR standard is that LED fixtures have lamping with a color temperature that does not exceed 3000 K, and that is a fixture that is dimmable, which allows then after the installation, everything's powered up, it allows some adjustments to be made. As we know, we don't really get a sense of what the lighting is going to be like until everything's turned on. And we've had circumstances on West Main Street, obviously the most well-known one, where we asked them to turn the lights off because it was so there were so many complaints about that. So the conditions of that 3000 K and the dimmability is something that we've been working towards incorporating in everything with exterior lighting. The question we had with this one, and I let the applicant address it, is that they understood that, and have been very, very good working with me, and we trying to make this all meet the specs. But when I open up the catalog cut sheets for these light fixtures, I found that it doesn't reference a 3000 K lamp. So that's where some of the confusion is, and I think Brian and his folks have been doing some research on that and should be able to address that tonight. So so in the staff report, I was a little again, completed this last week. I didn't feel like we were at a point we could approve it, but I think tonight's conversation hopefully can get us there with some of the answers that Brian's folks have. So that's what I have. Any questions for me? All right, all yours, Robert.
For the applicant's presentation, I'm happy to share a screen to the application that you submitted, or you can just speak. Or
yeah, hi. This is Ryan McGrath with Little. I'm the AOR for this project. There's probably not a whole lot to talk about in terms of going over the design. Basically, it's a program the bank has started a couple years back of upgrading existing light fixtures for their financial centers all over the place. Most of the time it's just replacing fluorescent lighting with these new LED lightings. In terms, I know your concerns are obviously the 3000 K and the cutoff lighting. For that, I'll probably defer to Joshua or Mandy with GMR and my engineer Daniel with Little as well. They know the more specifics about this.
Yeah, so hey, this is Josh with GMR. Mandy is here with me as well. So we were able to get into contact with Cree. We've used their 30K lighting on numerous projects across America on a couple different occasions, and for whatever reason they didn't have 30K available in the cut sheets. But we were able to get in with a representative at Cree, and we now have those 30K fixture cut sheets. Beautiful. Cree. And is available in our lighting package for security for this bank, which is our main priority when we're designing for the lighting.
Does somebody have one?
Was there anything else you guys wanted to add, or just move right into the?
I think that the main talking point leading up to this meeting was the color temperature of the fixtures. and whether they were available in 3K or 4K, because our cut sheets did in fact say 4K, and we specified 3K, which we've been doing for a while now. So it's good that we actually have the 3K fixtures on the cut sheets now to use on more recent projects. So I think that was the main talking point. If you do have any other questions, we're more than happy to answer.
Okay. Well, let's start with if there's any questions from the public, please use the raise your hand feature.
I don't see anything.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I was just noticing the CRI doesn't seem to be so hot. It's like, do they have something better than 70 CRI? I was noticing.
So 70 is the minimum of one of the base fixtures. It goes up to 80 to 90 CRI with the 3000K fixture, which I forwarded on. I don't know if you guys have received it yet.
Oh, okay, yeah, that make a difference.
CRI, or the color rendering index, is at 80 for the 3K fixtures. So not the highest I've ever seen, but it's definitely not the lowest. So
right, okay. And then looking at the plan where there's two USA 2 wall packs is that an ATM right there, I guess? Is that correct? If I'm looking at
can you put the plan for me in reference to what you're referring to?
Yeah, let me see that. It's lighting plan E04.01.
Yeah, that's the engineering drawings. Our drawings look a little different. So whenever you could get to that, I'd be happy to talk about that.
Okay.
I have the plans in front of me. So you said which fixtures? I'm sorry.
Just right off the on the what is that? The southwest corner where it sort of notches in. I'm assuming that's an ATM right there. Is that correct?
Here, there's 3 SA2s right there. We try to strive for 10-foot candles within a 5-foot radius of an ATM, strictly because we want everyone to be safe and be able to see around the ATM. So,
okay. And the flood ratings on those are pretty good, actually. Right? At least that's if I've got the right fixture. Let's see.
Are those going under the canopy that's there?
Yeah, so
cloth
there's
awning?
a canopy over the ATM with a metal grate underneath. We're removing the metal grate and putting fixtures underneath the canopy, and then an additional fixture on the corner of the building, just because our compliance area goes a little bit around that edge. And if somebody were to hide there, obviously that would be terrible. So we would like to light all the way around.
Yeah. Was the tree trimming that's part of this application, were the trees actually reviewed on site, or are the numbers that you recommended for how high to trim them up just based on light elevations?
Yes, sir. We do a 3D scan of the entire site before our design. So we have exact height, limb heights, and all of that. We have since, I don't know what version you guys have, but we've since added the 2 trees in back in the front of the building that we were previously removing. We've added those back in, and now we're just trimming heights from what we have. I think the highest is 15 foot, and I think that tree specifically is above a 40-foot tree. So we're just recommending that the canopy, not recommending, asking the canopy up to 15 foot just for the visibility and new pole light for people to be able to see around the ATM and walk around the sidewalks and things like that.
15 feet. Okay. I'm just gonna see how that compares to what you submitted to us, just so I know I'm understanding.
Absolutely.
Because it seems like some of the trees are already, the leaves are all fairly high up. It's just some of the lower branches are below that number, and it would be. I'm sorry, say that again.
Group down, pretty low actually. So we're just trimming them up, so it's all uniform.
Well, and I guess what I'm getting at is I could see trimming that come down, but there are large branches that support the main portion of the tree that start low, and when I see a note that says limb up a tree 11 feet, my concern is that you've got the person who does that's not going to know the difference between small branches that block light and a large branch that supports, you know, the bottom third of the tree. So I guess I mean, it's getting more into a comment, but that's, yeah, you answered my question. You said the numbers that you've indicated for how high to trim the tree is what you actually want. It's not based off of just where the light fixture is located on the building.
Right. No, sir. We've completely scanned the entire site. We know exactly how big these trees are, how wide their spread is, and how much we can trim them up without damaging the tree moving forward.
And to clarify, because you said you're going to leave the crepe myrtles that are at the front entrance, are those getting trimmed at all, or you're just going to leave them as they are?
If we were to trim those up, we'd basically,
right,
just as you said, basically kill the tree, which is definitely not our intent. So we're just leaving those out of scope for the time being.
Okay.
Can you confirm that the R1 fixtures are existing floods? Is that correct? Those are not new floods?
R1, R2, and R3. R2 fixtures are canopy fixtures that are being removed and are existing, and R3 is their wall fixtures that are existing or being removed. All R1 fixtures are non-full cutoff flood fixtures facing up.
And they're new or existing?
They're existing.
Okay. And they're not changing at all?
No, they're getting rid of them.
No, the R1s.
Right. The R1s are existing to be removed.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So there no all your lights are basically from above for the most part. You don't have any like bollards or anything lighting walkways or anything like that, correct? Everything's on the building for the most part.
You're strictly pole lights, wall lights, and canopy mounted fixtures.
And just out of curiosity, do you have any examples of other buildings you've lit with a similar strategy?
Oh yeah, I've got plenty of. Like I said, we do Bank of America sites all across America. So if you need an example of a 30K site that we had designed, I could absolutely get that to you.
That would be fabulous. Because I just like it's kind of hard. I mean, do you when you say you're modeling this, are you doing a lighting model, or are you just strictly doing a sort of spatial take on what's in your way? I'm just curious what your modeling does exactly.
Yes, sir. We've built everything up on site to spec, heights, tree heights, slope, you name it, we've built it in. And we have a color rendering of the site as the site will look at night with the fixtures that we have built in. So we also included renderings in our design. I don't know if you guys have seen those or not, but those renderings are actual light renditions of what it would look like in the middle of the night with no light.
So we don't have any of that, do we, Jeff?
I didn't see any renderings, so sorry, no, I'm not muted. No, I mean, I do not, but it's no, I'm looking at something here. Nope.
I mean, it sounds like you've updated, you know, at least the landscape plan's been updated as well, and we haven't gotten that. Was that something that you guys just created internally, or was that intended to be sent to us?
No, we've got comments back prior to this meeting regarding the property line ordinance, which we a revision. We've decreased it down to 0.5, which is less than desirable aspect for the bank. But we understand that you guys have a city ordinance that you need to follow. So we request. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
I was going to say, so this has been going through the site plan review process. So there's been a lot of, that's what I said, there's been a lot of stuff back and forth, and that's the reference there to some of the other things that were brought up. And but I focused primarily on just making sure that we understood, you know, again, shooting for that 3000 K and dimmability. So I mean, that's where I've been primarily focused is getting that spec sheet to where it meets that standard. So.
Right, it does sound like they're actually taking a more sophisticated approach than is common. So it would be kind of interesting to love to see that actually.
It also
Yeah,
good to know that.
so after this, I can send you a sample site that we've done before, maybe some after photos after it's been installed, so you can see the after effects of our design. If you'd like, I can send before photos as well, because I understand historical sites have, lantern type fixtures, and we've accommodated with that as well. And then we'll make sure that you get the renderings from our most recent version, so you can review and see what the lights will do on site for you.
That would be fabulous, actually. I really appreciate that, because I think it's pretty hard to really, you've got obviously different materials, different reflectancies, different heights, and then also just the wealth of light fixture that are out there now that are all, particularly the LED ones that are, and Cree's a good manufacturer, just that really being able to judge it is not such an easy thing to do just from, taking a scan at a foot candle map.
Yeah, so when you see our most recent design, we have 2 separate foot candle pages, one being at grade, 3 foot above grade, which is a bank standard.
Right.
You probably disregard that one, but the full site at grade is the one we're most concerned with.
Right.
I guess it would also be good, and this is a little bit for Jeff, to make sure that what we're seeing is what is the final thing that the city is looking at for the site plan.
And so, yeah, welcome to my nightmare. That I mean, and that's where I, and again, talking with Brian and is that, what we're able to determine here, with you all being, having design professionals on the BAR and able to kind of burrow into this enough that it's all clear, will really help me and help Brian's folks wrap up those other 2 sites. So I will admit that I'm selfishly using you all, your knowledge for my own purposes on those 2, but it's so what will happen is that the site plan has the light fixtures as we've been requesting with the 30K. And it was, I said the only discrepancy was with the catalog cut sheets. So what has been reviewed by others and what they've seen, when it's all said and done, I would simply go back again and say, nothing's changed. They have the right numbers on the drawings. It just was confusion with the cut sheets. I'm sorry that and then as far as any landscape, I hadn't picked up any landscaping other than the tree trimming. So that's my bad on that one. But
I think that's all it was, is trimming.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it's a little less trimming than what we were seeing in our drawings.
Yes, now, yes, sir.
I was going to say, I think what I would really, I'm moving towards here is one, we do have, the qualifications of Brian's team on the phone and their familiarity with this. So, as we've been saying, that we have a lighting ordinance in the city of Charlottesville. It was written for incandescent bulbs, and now we're dealing with so the ordinance hasn't caught up with this technology, but yet the BAR and certainly the entrance corridor review, we are able to establish some conditions that address that visual aspect of it. And I think the next component of it is just that understanding of, and I don't think I wrote it into the staff report, but at the, and this wasn't Brian's team, but a project in Barracks Road Shopping Center the other night, we included a condition, Jody recall, we included a condition about, should glare become an issue, sort of a commitment from the property owner to work with us, and really again trying to address these situations that continue to crop up in the city about this matter of glare. But first and foremost is getting to that 3,000 K and the dimmable fixtures, and it sounds like we are there. At least I'm looking at some information they just shared about the cut sheets. I'm comfortable with what they've produced. So
I did want to comment before we move forward that inside of our compliance area, we try to stay away from dimming, specifically because we don't want in the middle of the night the lights to go dim and then somebody to be able to do what they need to do. Granted, which is what we're lighting for safety for the ATM. If we dim fixtures inside of the compliance area and the motion sensor doesn't pick up somebody essentially hiding, is what we're looking for, then we've completely disregarded our intentional what we're trying to accomplish at the site. So if we were to dim, it would have to be outside of our compliance area. That's something that we've done before and we can't do again. But inside of our compliance area, which is the 50-foot radius around the ATM or each exposure, we try to stay away from that specifically because we don't want any dimming of the lights.
So I guess the one question I have, this is a strategy question, but the key issue there is that you don't have such bright light there that just outside of your compliance zone that somebody can hide, right? I mean, your actual lighting level isn't extreme. It's not like the way people have been lighting parking lots for the last 20 years where, you know, it's just a blast if somebody can hide 3 feet from you in a shadow, you know?
Yeah, so Bank of America has a standard of 2-foot candles within 50 foot of a radius. Yeah, at or after hours, night deposit, or lobby. We take a 50-foot grid around each exposure and we light specifically to 2-foot candles, which generally is being able to see 5 foot in front of your face or 10 foot in front of your face as 2-foot candles as the general rule of thumb. So that's our main concern when we light for banks. Specifically this Bank of America is that 2-foot candle minimum. We weren't able to due to the 0.5 property line ordinance, but we're trying to make it as even as possible.
Right. Okay. So I would love to see the model and some of the renderings. That would be very helpful. And that sounds interesting to me. Actually, I think it'd be great to see that.
Oh, who did we just lose? Well, sorry, it looked like we lost someone on our grid. Well, I don't think we've done comments from the public yet. It sounds like, are we done? Is the board done with questions? All right. Are there any comments from the public? Please use your raise the hand feature.
I don't see anything.
Okay. We'll just keep going with our comments. I can jump in if no one else wants to. Oh, Sherry, was it you disappeared? I'm a little worried by when I look at the fixtures. I guess it would be really helpful to see the renderings because looking at the fixtures on the website, I can see how they're not going to cast any light into the sky. But it does not appear that the LEDs are shielded in any way from horizontally from someone walking down the street. I also, now I admit there was a lot of checking between fixture and what type of fixture and how many LEDs are in that fixture. And then I guess there was a power source for that fixture that all contributed to the amount of lumens coming out. But it seemed like some of the fixtures have some pretty extreme number of lumens coming from them. And my reference is an incandescent bulb. It looked like your wall packs are equivalent to a 150 watt bulb, which is not out of the question. But some of the area lights appeared to be 5 times more lumens than that. I don't know if that means 5 times brighter. It might have even been more than that. I wrote all this down, but my concern is that you've got a lot of light coming out of these fixtures because your goal is security. Our goal is, while this is not a residential street, it is a historic street that has a residential quality to it. It's across the street from UVA, which is, there's a park across the street basically that's, it's not brightly lit. There's a lot of trees. My concern is that the security lighting on this is going to be much more than is currently there and going to feel very out of character. But I struggle to find any way to actually quantify that.
run into similar situations before where sometimes our LED fixtures aren't quite aesthetically pleasing considering other historical fixtures that you've seen before. Basically the lantern style fixtures, which is, you know, six-sided.
Yeah, you're going to find that I don't think I mean, I could be wrong in speaking for us, but I don't think that's what we care about.
Sure. So we modeled our fixture off of on this site as we looked at the surrounding areas. We did notice a pole fixture across the street, which looked very similar to our OSQ fixtures that we use, our area edge fixtures we used on the site. That's generally what we modeled around. We can change our fixtures up to follow sort of, you know, full cutoff. All of our fixtures are full cutoff, so no uplight, obviously. I don't know if we added shield or not. I have to verify that on the site itself, but we can add shields. You won't be able to see it on the fixture. They'll be on the LED pods on the fixture. So you won't have this big shield on the back of the fixture like you're used to seeing. These LED fixtures have them on the pods themselves, protecting the lumens. And to talk on your point earlier, you said that the lumens are higher on the area fixtures rather than the wall fixtures. That's strictly due to that 2-foot candle we were trying to achieve earlier, which you referenced. That 2-foot candles is our main priority when we're designing sites like this. And our second priority is keeping it even across the site. So sometimes pole fixtures generally will have higher lumens than wall fixtures. It's just a simple fact of nature.
So that is, I think some of them had like what, 4,600 lumens, maybe some of the fixtures.
I think it was like 10,000.
Yeah, our area edges get up to 22,000 lumens. Wall fixtures go up to 6,000 lumens. There's just a big difference in lumen size with the size of the fixture and what we're trying to achieve.
I mean, I think, you know, the biggest issue there is, you know, besides lighting too much, is just glare is something we really want to keep an eye on, which is why I think seeing the modeling would be great. And some examples.
The highest glare rating we have on this site, let me go back. I have the design pulled up.
G1, G2?
It's G1, that's very minimal. So the highest we have is a G3. That is a new pole, and that's in the middle of a parking lot. So our glare, at our highest rating for glare, it's in the middle of a parking lot. So our glare would be facing to another parking lot. So I do understand
how high a pole is that on?
It's a 15-foot pole.
15-foot pole.
Middle of the parking lot, yes, sir.
So,
Tim, this is this is where will drive you nuts. It's so what you have is the property line along University Ave is essentially the city line. So right. The lights across the street are on the university property, and so you know, one of those interfaces where a cohesive, a comprehensive lighting plan for the entire city would be great, but this
we aren't there yet.
We're not there yet right now. I did raise it with the planning commission the other night.
Well, I think it, you know, it'd be fabulous if we could see some of the examples and some models. I think it'd be great.
I'm also still hung up on some of the trees, and I apologize for this, but there are some really big old trees on this site, and I guess I don't know what, you know, when someone tells a contractor to limb them up, what are we going to get? Are they, you know, how?
So I can speak on that for a moment as well. We're not looking to hack up any limbs, strictly foliage that would be blocking the light.
Okay. Does anybody else have any thoughts on this, comments? I don't know how we want to move forward. It sounds like there might be some more information that we can receive on this.
Brian, if you're still on, where are you with Joey relative to your site plan review? What's the timing he sees?
I don't think Brian joined the call.
Oh, okay. you know, that's where it would be helpful to know where everything is in that sequence of things. I think that, again, from my standpoint, what I wanted was clarification on the 30K, and I think we've got that now. The dimmability, they've expressed that their fixtures, you know, they're not comfortable with that, understandably so. I think, you know, what's left, and you all do have the ability to insert something about, you know, once the light fixtures are installed, you know, that there is an evaluation. But unfortunately, I really can't help craft that. I'm not sure. Well, we don't have an attorney with us tonight, but the other is to make clear what kind of information you'd want and in what form. If there's some of these visual, you know, the renderings would be helpful to do something similar to what we did in the last for 128.
I guess would the applicant be interested in deferring with the thought that they would come back with the things that we've asked for, the renderings and modeling and information about tree trimming, so forth?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and request the deferment.
Yeah. One thing that I think would be really helpful is if you either have pictures of nighttime installations of these lights, or if there's some local Bank of America that we could drive over to and visit ourselves, that would go a really long way.
Yeah, so what I can do is I can put together some sort of PowerPoint showing a similar site, probably not in Virginia, probably a little bit more northern. There's a lot more historical sites up there. We'll get some nighttime photos and some day photos of before, and then some nighttime and daytime photos after. So you can see the after effects of the kind of lighting we're trying to produce on site.
That would be really great. And I hope you understand that. I mean, we're not trying to be really picky on this. It's just that we've been burnt before on lighting design, and it's just something we're really cautious about. And it's hard to quantify ahead of time.
No hard feelings over here. We're more than happy to help you out, get as much as possible for you.
Yeah, I think this is this is an excellent opportunity to kind of get it right. And I will say to the applicant, you know, from a staff point of view, I just can't express, you know, what the number of calls and complaints we get about glare and bright lighting, and we've you know, to just have some ability to address it up front is critical. And I've been grateful for you all being so patient and helping, you know, explain this to me particularly. So I want to thank you for that.
And like I said, we do this all across the U.S. So we get calls about things like this all the time, trying to
good
any way we can.
Do you have a bank in Maine that Tim can go look at?
Would anyone like to make a motion to accept the deferral?
And I would suggest just something consistent with what, like you said, what you just did with 128, Chancellor. I think that would be helpful for the applicant.
So moved.
What a lawyer.
Oh, boy. Well, that didn't do a job on it. All right.
Somebody could second my motion, and then by discussion, we can request the things that we'd like to see.
Well, all right. Can I offer the amendment that we would like to see some photographic examples of nighttime installations of these fixtures, and that we would like to see the renderings that you guys have already created. I understand this is not something you're creating from scratch, right? Okay. Was there something else that we need to see?
He was going to show us some before and after, you know, not in daylight as well, right? Just so you can see what the fixture, how they're located on the buildings, that kind of stuff. It sounds like he has quite a few examples of that.
Yes, sir.
And I guess a revised tree plan, because Like it's
The
noted
PGM
on,
should-
the submission has removing the crepe myrtles, but verbally they said
Yeah.
they're not. And so the
Yeah,
updated
version.
removal.
I don't know where that's at in the application process, but I'm
Right.
sure.
Well, Jeff has it. We'll get it from him.
You know where you live, Jeff.
Yeah, that's right. The question is what? Sorry, the site plan process is so confusing in the city, and I'm there are plans flying everywhere. But yes, I'll get to you what I got
So I'll
when I
accept
get
those
it.
friendly amendments.
Anyone like to second?
Second.
Great.
Thank you. I'll call a vote. Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. Gastinger,
Aye.
Ms. Langle,
Aye.
Mr. Lehendro,
Aye.
Mr. McClure,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
and Mr. Zemer.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you all. We'll talk later this week and get this all squared away. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Does anybody need another break?
Sure.
Yeah, could we take a 5-minute break, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
James, your screen has been entertaining me the entire night.
The thing I don't get is the sun never goes down.
Yeah.
But it's also, he usually disappears and it's just like this tiny little head like floating over UVA.
Like hovering. Yeah, that's it. It's just weird. Yes. It's disconcerting is the word.
I'm just leaning back in my chair.
Kevin, is there anybody else I should promote to panelist, or are you the only person speaking for 605 Preston Place?
If you can promote John Matthews as well.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thanks.
Are we all back?
All but Andy, it looks like.
4 more minutes.
There he is.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, no worries.
So we have a series of preliminary discussions. The first one is 605 Preston Place. And I know it's not normal because we usually do comments from the public at the very beginning of the meeting, but just in case, I'd like to offer the public any chance for to make a comment on this one at this time. If you'd like to, please use the raise your hand feature.
I don't see anything.
Okay. Well, Kevin, it's your show.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Kevin Riddle. I'm with Mitchell Matthews Architects, and we're representing the owner of 605 Preston Place in this proposal. I want to thank Jeff for getting us on the agenda and preparing his report on short notice. We realize there are many pieces of this proposal, the landscaping details, materials and lighting choices, building facades among them, for which we offer limited, if any, information. And we know this means a fuller discussion will have to wait for later. But before we get too far into our concept, we wanted to bring it to you for informal review, just to get kind of first impressions based on our essential approach as described primarily through the site plan. We wanted you involved as early as possible. And we just hope the project will benefit from getting the discussion going sooner rather than later. 605 Preston Place has been in front of the board numerous times in the past several years. Most recently, a surface parking lot was proposed. And we're here with another possibility. This would be a new by right apartment building located to the west of Wyndhurst. Supporting the new apartments, there are parking spaces, most of which are relegated to the site's interior. They're not as visible as they would have been in the previous proposal. To access the parking, we propose a connection that runs along the south of the site. This would connect the west side of Preston Place to the east side. And we envision it serving a variety of roles. Not only does it get to the parking spaces required to support the new apartments, but it's designated for one-way travel. And we hope this would reduce motor traffic having to go around the entire circle. And then kind of most important and potentially intriguing, we think this street could have the potential to rejuvenate and strengthen the perception of Wyndhurst's original frontage. The Wyndhurst house, built in the 1850s, with the construction of the Preston Court Apartments, especially, its original setting and frontage was disrupted. And we're hoping that we can take the confines of the current front yard, truncated as it is, and then we can give the historic house a kind of new street with which to engage. In addition to our site plan, the perspective illustration, I think you have it up now on the final page, begins to explain a possible design direction for the new connection through the site. Mitchell Matthews Architects is new to this site. We were not involved in the earlier proposals to move Wyndhurst or to introduce the surface parking to its west. We have, however, reviewed the staff reports and board meeting minutes regarding the earlier proposals. What we hope is that the introduction of a new building assuming it's well proportioned and detailed, will address some of the problems in earlier efforts, that we can add kind of more dimensions to the development, not just a parking lot. We can reduce parking visibility, open up a connection across the Preston Place Circle, a throughway that could be usable by pedestrians and cyclists as well as motorists. And then also, again, restore a sense of Wyndhurst frontage, as well as providing more housing close to the university. We hope that adding another player to the site, it has the potential to continue the tradition on Preston Place of introducing new distinctive architecture, and that there's potential in this proposal to kind of animate the site, to engage not only the existing pretty special historic buildings that are there now, but introduce a new one, and kind of bring them together using primarily this alleyway, which could form a sort of new linear precinct. So thanks for listening to my summary, and I look forward to comments, observations. I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, yeah, so this is usually back and forth, conversational, so whoever wants to go for it.
And again, I think, you know, the key question is, you know, given what happened to the BAR's decision, granted it was a different BAR, but the BAR's decision last October, you know, the question is this a non-starter, or is this something that would be entertained? And if so, then, you know, what of the design, what elements, what components would you like to see, not see? So yeah, the first big question, the elephant in the room is, you know, can this, should this discussion continue?
I'll go first. And I certainly was very opposed to the previous application and to the way that that parking law, in my opinion, disregarded this house's history and seemed unnecessary and very destructive kind of way of developing that site. At the time, I said that I felt that architecture very much could be part of the solution for this site, and I have to say that I feel like this very much is something that we could consider. I think the building that is proposed is residential in scale. I think that at least the initial concept, or at least some of the precedents and the care of thinking about the way that contemporary architecture can enhance historic structures are really helpful. And so I'm really interested in seeing how this moves forward. I think that it's very much a kind of scheme that could work well and enhance this neighborhood. I agreed with Kevin's description of the lane, kind of giving the front back to Wyndhurst. I think that's very encouraging. The only, I guess, some of the questions I might have at the beginning are some of the site plan elements, such as parking spots 7 and 8 that seem to encroach very, very close to the structure. I'd want to know a lot more about how that works and if it's absolutely necessary. And then I think that we will anticipate some questions about the parking in I guess what the planned north yard and how that's dealt with. We knew that there were concerns about presence next to adjacent structures. That would be something to also consider. Lastly, I'll say that we've often been very cautious about the undersides of parking areas and their relative visibility. They often come with very bright lighting. That, how that space looks to the street is going to be something that we'll be I think be asking lots of questions about. But generally, in terms of massing, size, site plan, I think this is very much something that I feel could work.
I agree with Brett. I think that the concept of the street and re-energizing the front of that house is very successful. I do think parking spaces 7 and 8 seem somewhat questionable. I'm not totally sure I understand what the grade's doing on the other side of the building for the access to the back of the parking. That seems to be the same height as the parking 1 through 6, and if I'm not mistaken, because 589 and 589. But I think in general, this is far more appropriate than what we were presented last time with the parking area.
And speaking of that, this is Jody. Jeff or Robert, would one of you remind us what the objections were, what objections were stated about the parking plan that came to us last time?
A couple of things. You mean from the BAR or from the community?
From BAR.
There was a loss of the landscape was one. You know, the trees. There was some trees were just simply being removed, and the was more or less the Windhurst was being sort of encapsulated in a parking area. So it was how, you know, the Windhurst was almost like left as an afterthought, and with the removal of the trees and just the removal of that context. So that's one way that I recall. I know that some of the concerns were there was some elevated sections and the parking that would some lighting that would go into neighboring properties, things like that. So, but it was really that context of Windhurst that I heard most, and that it was that what was going there just simply kind of dismissed the historic structure and in that site.
Okay, thank you.
It's also literally paving paradise, right? Because it was just it was a very sort of messy, try to fit every parking space in you can. And it didn't really have any sense of organization other than just trying to jam it full of parking spaces. And it totally compromised. It didn't do anything to enhance the relationship of the Windhurst house to the site, which I think this road through does.
I will
So
say, I think our
the question
guidelines.
I have for the applicant is, are the two, I think they're Deodora cedars, are they still being preserved with this plan?
Yeah, that's the idea. The one that is, I guess, the furthest south, it is rather close to the new drive. In the previous proposal, I think the proposed drive kind of went right through them, so they were going to have to go. But they're pretty extraordinary trees. They're huge, they're beautiful, and so I think it's going to be a priority here. Maybe a challenge, but we hope consulting the right people, potentially having a landscape architect involved, we can find a way to pave this without jeopardizing those trees. You see basically a kind of an outline approximation of them, their trunks in the circles on the site plan there.
Yeah, I was hoping that was them. Yeah. And another question. So underneath of the proposed building, there is parking, and those cars are entering from that north drive and then exiting that along the north drive also?
They are exiting to the south. So they would, that's a one-way street or alley. So you would enter the site by car on the west, and then you would exit on the east side of Preston Place. Is that what you were asking?
No, I'm asking about that driveway on the north side.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, on the north, yes. You would exit back out onto Preston Place.
Okay, enter and exit out of the same drive.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, they're not
So we
connected.
have cars pulling out from underneath the building with their lights glaring into the neighbor's building.
Oh, well, actually, the north drive is totally independent. I mean, even though the elevations are similar, the parking that's under the proposed building, there's nothing that connects that parking to the drive at the north. So that north drive is really just accessing spaces number 12 and 13. Does that make sense?
Well, then how do you get to the spaces underneath the building?
By the alley that's on the south of the property.
Oh, so those 1 through 6 spaces, those are the only ones under the building?
That's right.
Oh, okay. I was assuming that there were more spaces underneath the rest of the building.
No. The building, there are planned to be apartments that will come down to the ground level at that location. Basically where you see that kind of mustard colored fill, that's where we have building.
Okay, thank you.
So what, 13 and 12 are 2 parking spaces?
That's right.
So you drive in and park and deadhead in basically. So you don't ever, that's what was confusing me. So it doesn't go down. I was thinking possibly it dove down under the building, which I think maybe Jody was alluding to as well.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. No, those are separate from one another.
Got it.
Is the diagonal line that says front yard, is that the 25-foot setback?
Yeah, that's right. We've had some discussions with city staff and zoning, Joey Winter and Reed Broadhead. And this is, they agree, they determined this is the appropriate front yard for this parcel on this side.
Gotcha. Because I guess one of my concerns was just the distance between the proposed building and Windhurst itself. It looks like it's like maybe 10 feet, 12 feet, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good eye. It's about 10 feet 8, I think, is currently proposed.
Yeah, and I mean, I would prefer to see it shifted a little further to the west, but if your setback's holding you there, that kind of defines that edge of the building. I guess my other question, just based on the photographs, is this alleyway already under construction?
No, it's not. Currently, the owner, yeah. If you go there today, there's already a concrete walk that's been installed here as well on the other side. And I think the owner already had it kind of in the works with improvements he's making to the Preston Court apartments to have those walks installed. So I think he recognizes that, if there's promise in this proposal and he seeks to develop the new building, that then this part of the site would be regraded and paved over again.
Sure. I guess my only other last comment is in the rendering, I just want to I guess I do like that you're picking up on sort of the horizontal siding of Windhurst to try and give some relationship between the modern building and the historic building. I think it's a little more successful than some of the examples in the other slide. So I just want to support that.
Is the level of that new alleyway basically the same level as the walkway that's currently there? Because there's some basement windows facing out towards the north, I believe. Are they going to remain there, or?
Yeah, they will, Carl. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think that those basement windows kind of are one thing that helps to dictate what the level of this new street would be.
Yeah, I think my comments on this are, I think our guidelines are a little more forgiving to putting a building on the site versus a parking lot, which is a little bit surprising and counterintuitive, but I do think you've got a better chance with that. Personally, for me, it looks like you are still trying to fill the site with as many parking spaces as you can. And some of the ways being somewhat uncomfortable. For example, you've got some parking spaces. There's a stairway that goes down into the courtyard of the Preston Court Apartments that looks like you're going to have to completely demolish and rebuild. You've got the spaces that somebody has already mentioned that are kind of tucked up against the patio to Windhurst.
Right.
So there is, I think there's a little bit of that game going on. There is, as James has mentioned, your new building is very close to Windhurst. I don't know if that's the distance that the existing patio already is, or if it's something else that you've just decided. But I think that's going to be a struggle for you. At least for me, I think that'll be a struggle point. That the proposed building, the footprint you're showing, may want to get smaller than you're showing. At least for me. And so, yeah, that's a struggle. I think the way that the proposed building relates to Windhurst or doesn't, at least scale wise, may be an issue. In looking at your rendering, I'm not, the massing of it doesn't feel right to me. It feels a little bit too big. And maybe it's just because it's a simple rectangle shape. And maybe I know it's a conceptual mass and I'm putting my own imagination as to what I'm seeing there, but it feels, I don't know. I mean, I could see a contemporary building going there. That one feels very institutional to me. And I know you're just starting out with what you're designing, and this thing could evolve to whatever. But for me, that it feels dated and it feels very institutional. It looks like I don't know, something you'd see built in the second half of the 20th century on a college campus. Where usually aren't the prettiest buildings that you see. So yeah, I think as far as I'm concerned, I think this is doable. But I think you're gonna run into a lot of challenges, and I wouldn't want to make the applicant feel like they've got a 100% chance of a successful project getting approval, if that makes any sense.
I agree with Carl, and I just like to add, in front of Windhurst, I understand what you're trying to do by creating seating in front of Windhurst, but it looks kind of institutional to me, and not really doesn't echo the residential aspects of the dwelling.
This is Sherry. I lived for a year of my life on Preston Place. The existing conditions photo actually shows the property that I lived in at 632 Preston Place. And I have had a long relationship with that house for many decades of my life. And I really love Preston Place. I think it's one of those streets like Oakhurst, Gildersleeve, and others in the city that has a diversity of architectural styles, a lot of history, kind of quirky vernacular, and then you come around the other side and you've got a fraternity, with sort of that, those elements, those neoclassical Georgian elements. But this part of Preston is sweet, and it gets kind of sweeter as it goes down the turn. So what I love about this plan of development is the courtesy that and the dignity that it's showing Windhurst. I agree with Sonia and Carl's comments about the front steps, but those are small matters. I'm not sure I love the parking on the southwest side, or the, yeah, southwest side, but the building, but for me, what will make or break this building and my support for it is how it addresses Preston Place and how it sort of fits into the residential scale of that street that in a lot of ways has been used in a sort of multifamily way, with group housing. You know, we used to have designations for group housing and zoning, but with fraternities, with sororities, with apartments. But I do think the street still has a very residential scale. It's quite a narrow street, and well tree lined. So that's really going to make it for me, is what creativity you use on the Preston Place side with this new building. And really the massing and the concerns that Carl has. I think the hard part about, you know, I like the ingenuity in placing the parking underneath, but then you've got this apartment looking, sort of Corolla light looking mansion building, you know, that is not going to be at street level and is not going to have that relationship at a pedestrian level. So that's sort of the trick that you need to turn on this, I think, is what happens at the Preston Place level, at least for me.
I think that north driveway is a little counterintuitive. I mean, it seems to me that the building, and I realize the spatial management of the parking is probably a challenge, but it really seems to me like that could go to being one lane, and you basically come in the one-way thing and you park under the building, and you don't have that sort of Hilton Head open, you know, up on POT sense of the building and the parking. But you know, the space between the two buildings, I mean, if that was actually built, you know, as more of a connection, that might not be as objectionable maybe as Carl and James find it, if the two buildings are actually connected there. But I don't know, there's something, the parking seems a little, that north driveway seems kind of odd to me. It seems like it should be a way out and maybe just be one lane wide and down below the building, perhaps. And I realize that might be a challenge to put in there, but it does seem like you could also actually get in more parking, but not have it being an apparent part of the scheme.
You're also, I think you're losing at least one parking space to gain two, and you've set those parking spaces so deep into the site. It just seems funny that I mean, you've got this big long driveway to just go to two parking spaces to get them away from the street. And then, yeah, you're going to lose at least one street space.
It seems counterintuitive, that thing in particular. And it implies that you can go through the building, even though you can't.
Well, what is the space that's beyond the two parking spaces that looks paved? Is that your dumpster, or is that like, what is that?
Kevin, you're muted.
Yeah, the area beyond is at the moment proposed to be paved, and it was a part of just sort of our early conceiving of the project and figuring out where are we potentially going to want to leave spaces set aside, maybe for trash, but I think the current thinking is that the area that's there closest to the handicap space, actually there would be room there under the building that would be a lot more convenient and useful for trash collection. So yeah, the north parking area still is a work in progress. Yeah, we're still evaluating that ourselves. We'll think about, you know, the possibilities for connection through. That could be a challenge with, you know, the way we've laid out the apartments at the moment, but you know, we can certainly look at that.
And the amount of paving on that north side bothers me as well. You're back to filling up the site with asphalt.
Right.
I'd rather see you all be a good neighbor and have some plantings in between the two buildings, and move space 12 and 13 closer to the road, and let them, well, they've got a sidewalk up there next to the, nearer to the road on that side. So anyway, the amount of asphalt on that north side and filling up the lot there, that's an issue for me.
Okay. When you guys look at the plan, like we've talked a little bit about spaces 7 and 8 close to Windhurst, and now we've talked about 12 and 13 that are up at the north part. You know, the parking in those areas, you know, would you see in one case it being less ideal than the other, if that makes sense? Like if we were reconsidering a pair of those spaces and how vital they are to the project.
12 and 13 are creating an awful lot of asphalt for very little gain.
Right.
Yeah, they just seem really counterintuitive. I mean, you'd almost be better off with like a series of parallel spaces and an aisle, you know, going along with these. That way you get maybe 3 or 4 spaces in instead of 2. Although you have to back out, so it does be strange.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's sort of a weird, it implies something, it implies that it goes under, and it's so wide for 2 spaces, it seems really counterintuitive.
Yeah, we've had internal debates about that particular parking ourselves.
I mean, I'm also curious if you were to take spots, you know, 1 through 6 and just put them on a slight angle, almost matching the front of your building, does that also make them easier to get in and out of? And also in the rendering, if it's pulled off, it looks like spots 7 and 8 are pretty, almost, I won't say below grade, but there's like a retaining wall built there at Windhurst to kind of help them stay down below kind of the foundation of Windhurst. And so they seem to go away there more than the plan makes them look like they do. But I think that's really just in the construction and making sure they pull that off and pushing that grade down.
I mean, it might even be that 7 is, you know, the bay 7 is actually where you slide down between the 2 buildings. There's some sort of structure, and you actually, that's where you drive under and get into the proposed building. I don't know. It just seems 8's definitely crowding Windhurst too much, and 7 maybe not quite so, but I think that right now that pair of parking spaces plus the stairs is, as has been pointed out, are all a little bit too much for that house. But I still think fundamentally this is way more interesting than the parking lot ever was, and I think the scale that Carl's concerned about also I think has to do with how fat that cornice is on there, on that elevation. You know, it looks like a science building, as you were saying. You know?
And I recognize that, you know, it's the footprint isn't that big.
No.
So I mean, that's not make or break.
Well, that brings up a question for me that I think we had actually when we were discussing moving Windhurst to the other site. And we were, and as I recall, there were questions about the zoning and where the front yard setback would place the building, and if there was any room for interpretation given that idiosyncrasy of the site. And I wonder that about the front yard designation that's shown here. I mean, none of the other buildings within this island reflect that angle of Preston Place, and it seems odd to impose that angle on this particular property.
I mean, that might be more an aesthetic direction, but that would have to really be reinforced by the architecture, not by the siting. Because it is idiosyncratic.
They all, well, Yeah, a lot of them have a deep front yard. I guess when you get around to the end of the circle, the house that's internal to the circle appears less than 25 feet from the street. But it does look like most of them have about 25 or greater front yard.
But pinching as you go down the street, right?
Excuse me?
But it does pinch as you go down the street because the buildings are orthogonal to Preston Place. What is it? The street running perpendicular to or parallel to the big building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just feel like they could bring the north corner of that building forward, and it wouldn't hurt the streetscape. It would be more in keeping with the neighborhood, and perhaps that additional square footage could allow them to resolve some of these other site and parking issues that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Any additional advice? Is everybody, well, is there anybody on the board who thinks that this is a complete no-go? Okay. I think you've got a 50-50 chance of making something work, but that's just me. But I wouldn't say this is a no-go. I don't know where others feel about, likelihood of success.
One thing I just wanted to mention, it's sort of a small matter, but related to what we were talking about, the parking. One issue we're confronting with those spaces at the north, 12 and 13, is that, the city zoning doesn't want parking in front yards. So that's part of the justification we had for going as far into the property as we did to find those.
And to be honest, I'm not sure that we'd want it there either.
Well, the property that I lived in for a year got a variance, and that's always a possibility. We had many cars parked in our front, in the actual legal yard. So that's all, that can be done.
Yeah.
But it's beyond the purview of this board, of course.
What's the highest grade? Is the patio, how far is the patio at 596? How high is that above the highest grade line there?
Say that again, Tim.
Where it says the patio, it says 596.6?
Yes.
And then just go directly north and there's a grade line right there.
Right. I believe the patio is no more than 2 feet above the surrounding grade there.
So because I know it's a hill, so I mean, it does seem like you're starting to do it on the south side there. It does seem like using the building to, basically encapsulate a parking lot makes a great deal of sense. And then I just think that getting away from that fat road on the north side.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, as Breck says, you square that thing up on the north. On that what is that? Northwest, northeast, what is that? It's really north corner, really. On that north corner there,
right.
Maybe that rationalizes that enough for you to make it work.
Yeah, and actually the house directly to the north of the proposal, I think, does really rather the same thing.
It's kind of interesting when they put the setback. So that setback is what zoning suggested, like they didn't pull off the corner of Preston Place?
Well, we didn't have a discussion kind of that detailed. It was just kind of like 25 feet from Preston. And so we're just running that line, roughly parallel to Preston in front of the site.
If they make you average it, you might gain a couple of feet.
Right.
Of building footprint. which I think they will make you average it if I'm not mistaken. I think you have to do that for infill.
Yeah, and with Rugby Court and the other properties to the north of this, on that side of the street, you've got some small setbacks, so that might be helpful.
So, I mean, I'm more optimistic than Carl's 50-50. I mean, I think this is significantly better conceptually than what we last saw come before the board, and it's better than moving the house too.
I would say thank you to the applicant and their new representative for not wanting to build a parking garage and or move this beautiful historic property from where it's been for 100 years.
I agree with Tim and Sherry, they're right. And I give it better than 50-50.
You have any questions for us, Kevin?
No, the comments are helpful. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Well, unless anyone has anything else to say, we should move on to the next one.
Jeff, I don't know if you received the email, but Patrick Farley, who's representing this next project on Oakhurst Circle, has satellite internet and he isn't able to join us. So he asked for feedback, so I'm sure we can continue and maybe provide some comments, but he won't be here to actually participate in the discussion.
Let's just give it a quick shot and see what the BAR thinks, and they've followed everything that I've asked them to do. So I'll give them the. Why can't this? All right, here we go. All right, so what you've got before you, it's again a preliminary discussion. This is just very quickly. This is a 1922 building. It's not within the corner. My mistake. This is within the Oakhurst Gildersleeve ADC district, and I think this is probably part of sort of the Oakhurst Inn and a lot of the facilities they have over there. So what they're a lot of what they want to do is site work related, and new driveway, and some things with the existing rear deck. But the if we go to the images, oh, you have those. And so, like I said, I saw it primarily as, there's an addition to the rear, and really the historic structure is sort of slightly touched, if you will. And it does fall into that category of the, these projects, and $350,000, in excess of that does require a preliminary discussion. So, it would be helpful to have Patrick here, because I said I didn't really explore the drawings entirely, but I'm sorry, I keep clicking this and it's not my screen.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, that's all right, man. It's a long day. So you can see, and I think this might be, no, this is across the street from where we looked at that fence a couple of months ago. So yeah, it said the existing dwelling itself isn't being altered much, and this introduction of the addition to the rear. So I mean, I know what I would ask for relative to the materials and the information I'd want from him, the details. Now, the other question would be is, are you all, without an applicant here, are you all comfortable with this satisfying a preliminary discussion?
I think we can comment on it. I mean, they gave us a lot of material.
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree?
Well, I think that's two different questions.
Yeah.
Whether we're able to talk about it is one thing. If we're going to count it as their required preliminary discussion, is a separate one.
Yeah. Now, and I know on some occasions I've brought things to you on, and people have raised with me, but usually that's what do you think of this fence? Or in a minute, I'm going to ask you a quick question about just how we might coordinate something. But I can't represent the owner here. As I said, with a preliminary discussion, I tend to let them dig into the details of it. They have provided a lot with their narrative. But
I mean, the preliminary discussion is, it helps the applicant come in with something that's provable. So I think we can count it. I would count this.
Have you ever had an applicant not show up for a preliminary discussion? I thought that was the goal of it. Was
yeah, it's a.
I know they can watch a video or read the minutes, but it's the interactive nature of it. I'm just curious as a new member, has this happened before?
No, it hasn't.
No.
Yeah.
At least not in my tenure. And I would say is that there still is not there's not a formal application been made. So
I understand. I'm just asking about. I guess I'm wondering at 9:30 at night whether we defer this and let the applicant be before us and not sort of have to come back and do another preliminary discussion when the applicant shows up.
Yeah.
I mean, I happen to have satellite internet at a property that I own, and I do Zoom calls from it all the time. I know that there's difference in broadband and ability, but I'm just thinking about the economy of a public board like ours, and that we have other matters also.
I think Patrick did. He did ask for feedback from tonight's meeting, but I understand if we can move on.
I would just ask if you have looked at this, and if you have anything that you had questions about, you can email those to me. I didn't look at this as a project that had the sort of oh my gosh, what are you proposing response to it. So but I'm not comfortable representing their interests here, or nor in trying to interpret for them what you all may have asked for, and maybe I didn't that I don't relate properly. So I would say if you've got something to offer that you came into the meeting with, certainly offer it now. Otherwise, I guess the other thing was, if there's anything here that would suggest they not submit this as a full submittal, would be a question I could share with them.
Go ahead.
You say something, Carl?
Who's talking? I'm sorry, Tim.
I thought I heard somebody start to talk, so I didn't talk.
I was about to start to talk. I'll just say that I am very concerned about essentially the constructing a road through the front yard and the amount of pavement that's required. I think that the addition seems like it could work. I just wonder a lot about if they've studied keeping the access on the north side or planned north side of the site. Seems like it's maybe wide enough. It just seems like there should be some other alternatives to the amount of pavement and road that they're building through their property.
Right, bringing the cars into the courtyard, basically, seems a little counterintuitive.
And there's some really massive, stunning trees that I think are all, they're going to be under siege. I will say I was very impressed by their description of how they wanted to approach the ecological features of the site, but it was all kind of counterbalanced by the amount of parking and pavement that was being installed.
Why does a duplex need 6 parking spaces?
I recall that this is, Urquhart Inn is a sort of a collection of buildings, and I think that any place that they can provide parking for guests at any of their buildings, I'm that's an assumption on my part, but that seems to be the case, is that parking where they can put it.
I'm with Breck though. I mean, I think they're taking over the major portion of their site for a driveway, and also generally speaking, we definitely frown on driveways running across. I mean, basically, it's paralleling the road by going in front of the house. It's kind of crazy. I mean, it might be tough to get it around the north side, although I think that's certainly where I'd start. I think Breck's right about that. But at the very minimum, it shouldn't be cutting. If they're going to have all that stuff going on coming down the south side, I think everything to the north of the sidewalk or the center, that center axis needs to go away.
The other alternative could be to explore just abandoning the north drive and just having the drive, if it could come in at Oakhurst that's on that edge.
Right, just take that new drive and go straight out to Oakhurst and get rid of that earlier cut. Yep.
Yeah. I was impressed. I mean, it looks like, I don't know how they can, I mean, there's probably gonna be some issues with the root zones of the trees, but they seem to be saying they're only going to take out one, which seems, if they can do that, that seems like the new landscaping would be a good trade-off for that.
Well, that's helpful. That, and I can report back, that nobody booed or hissed, and that we would, encourage them to come forward with a submittal. But certainly we would, it would be helpful to come back next month and make sure that they can sit in and participate.
Yeah, I guess my only thoughts were on slide 214 in our packet. It's just a rendering, but the kind of, I guess, midpoint roof line that goes across in between the first and second floor looks very shiny. I didn't know if they were trying to propose like photovoltaics there, even though it's a very shady site. I doubt it, but it's a question that popped in my mind. Yeah. And then somewhat related to that, my only thought on the new addition was to try and carry some of that horizontal banding between the 2 floors into that as well. I mean, I think you can do it in a fashion that respects the historic building without trying to mimic it too much.
But isn't the horizontal banding on the existing building caused by shed roofs and?
Yeah. Correct. And I mean, I think that's a character defining feature of that house. It doesn't need to be on the addition. It doesn't need to be a shed roof per se, but it could be a simple belt course or some sort of just horizontal line that kind of, I don't know, gives a nod to the original house.
Okay. All right, well, let's jump to the next thing. I had one quick question for you all, and then let's have a discussion. So this is a project should come up to you guys next month. It's on Hartman's Mill Road, which is, one of those places in the city that I didn't even know where. I thought it was up near Penn Park. So, but it's south of town. It's down off of Ridge Street, and this is the old Nemo property, and it's again an older mid 1800s farmstead. And what you have, and if you flick to the last slide real quick, so you come down off Hartman's Mill on that driveway, and there's the dwelling there, which is really an accumulation of additions over time. And then there's this small, some call it a shed. It appears to be a shed that somewhat became a cottage over time. And that's, so you can see on the left is the house, and on the right, that is the shed, or this cottage. It is, it's somewhat like the one we dealt with on 854 Locust. According to the city survey, 1970s, completely gutted and rebuilt. The chimney that you see was taken down and rebuilt. And what they're dealing with is and I have other photos, but I don't need to bring them out, but it's just an extremely deteriorated structure inside and out. And so what the architect and I have been talking about is what's the best way to communicate this. Now, I know that in the guidelines and all talks about an engineer's report, and we all know what an engineer report will say, or some sort of estimate on what the rehabilitation cost would be. And it seems to me that this is one where a site visit could really solve a lot of questions and probably, give us a better sense of what we're dealing with. So I just wanted to share that with you and say that when I've asked them, I've encouraged them to apply for a COA for the demolition, and that I would then encourage, and they've invited, BAR members to, when they're able, to come and take a look. So my question is, do you think that's appropriate?
How old is it?
Well, it depends on what it was. It was built in 1880. What's left of 1880 is a bit uncertain. And what it was in 1880, my guess is it was if you see on the top there above that doorway, see that little pinch on the roof. Mm-hmm. So my guess is it was just a little square shed that at one point then got that sort of a little bit of addition out to the one side. You can see a little bit over there, but it's hard to say. I haven't been out there, but I just know it's
those look like two different structures. The one had vertical board and dot.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's this is a very wait till I send you photos of the house itself. It is an extremely confusing. I said it is a house that evolved over time. And the scale is not wrong here. I mean, it actually is this short, tiny little. The woman told me you have to duck your head to go in. So, whether it was a cook house that evolved into a cottage or a shed that evolved, I just don't know. But I know that we've been invited to take a look as a way to sort of assess the view of a demolition request, and so I just wanted to put that out there and ask if you all think that would be an appropriate thing to do, or are you willing, or should I say no, give us an engineer's report?
Jeff, what's the address on it?
God, I have so many. 204. Sorry, I'm icing my shoulder while I talk, so I'm slipping sideways here. I can send the historic survey on it. It's
you say 204 Hartman's Mill?
204, right? It's on the south side, and there's even a cemetery on the site. It's a pretty interesting place.
Is it like tucked way off the street?
Oh my God, yes. Okay. This is like you go here and get out of your car, you'll think you're lost. This is pretty.
Yeah, I found it on Google Earth, but it's trees.
So
as for me, I'm always up for getting dirty and
I know. And so, all right, and what's interesting too is it's got a landscape that has also been documented, at least in the old, now there's an old stable that was there, it's gone. There was an old mill pond or some sort of pond that's gone, but you know, it seems to be an intact landscape, which is kind of neat, and owners willing to respect that. So it's a nice opportunity. But I think, I said, when you see this house, it looks like what was that Winchester house, whatever the woman who, you know, that just sort of goes everywhere. It takes a while to get oriented on this one. All right, well, good. Well, I'll.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are they planning to redevelop this?
No.
This parcel has 3¼ acres on it, and there's tons of room. There, that tiny little house and that tiny little shed, if you look at it on the GIS, it's huge. It's 3¼ acres in the city.
Now you're looking at it flat. This is in fact, now what's interesting is Hartman's Mill. Okay, so you're looking, this image here is somewhat looking west, southwest. It falls away. And I've had a lot of people say, oh my gosh, look, there's this land back here. Why hasn't it been developed? And I said, well, there's usually a reason that you know, because there's a parcel next to it. And I said, you know, pull out the topo and it's steep. It's very steep. And this does fall down and away. So, but what they would like to do is, one thing is to do a little bit of expansion on the house itself. And this thing's just sort of in the way. It really is. It's not functional and it's in rough shape. And then they're interested in building a what do you call it? In a accessory dwelling unit that would be used as an office and a corner of the site. So no, the interest is really in keeping the existing house viable for them as a family, and constructing a space on the property, but elsewhere on the property that they would use as a home office type of place. So
my question would be, has there been any research done on who owned the house and who lived there, looking at the census records?
it's actually a very it's very well documented. Like I said, I'll send that all out. It was the Nemo brothers that lived side by side, and just north of that is the end of Langford Avenue, which has got a couple of really neat houses on it, and that was that area. And I've been talking with Jody about it. It's a free Black community in the early 1800s. So it's really an interesting corner of the city that I just don't think many people are aware of. And yeah, my sense is that these folks very much respect the history of the property and of the house. I think the Nemo, there's a burial ground on the property, and I've talked to them about that. But this structure just isn't. It's in the way, and it probably, given what I've seen, it probably is not. There's not much there to cobble back together and hold on to. So either way, I'll send out that survey, and when I hear back from the woman, the architect that's working with the families out of Fredericksburg, when I hear back from her, we can set something up to meet. So that was my one question, and
yeah, I'd be happy to go over there and check it out.
Okay, good.
Sure. Yeah, well, I did discover that if you look on Google Earth, there's a kind of a ghosted-in Paynes Mill Road, and it looks like somebody has recently. If you go into the street view, it looks like it's been recently significantly developed.
There's a lot going on over in that corner, unfortunately, and we know there's other burial grounds in that area that I've even had developers, oh no, that's a myth, and I said nope, and sent them the plat that, so it's an area under siege, if you will, but all we have down there is a couple of IPPs that we can, but maybe at some point, I think that east end of Langford Avenue, I don't know if you all are aware, there's the house down at the end on the north side of Langford Avenue that has the turret on it. It's a large house. It was built as a so-called, a boarding house. But the people have been working with, is it AHIP or one of those? And there's just they had asked the city, some people in the city asked me if we had any funds to help restore the house. And so I expect that we're going to lose that building, but it has no designation, and it's very unfortunate. Yeah, 114 Langford Avenue, if you want to look at that. Really neat old house. But all right, that's helpful. I think next up was we're just going to try to have some discussion about this multi-step review process. And Carl, I think you probably could just best introduce it as sort of what got us here, and then we can answer questions about.
Me introduce it? All right, we got it.
Yeah.
We used to, I mean, I think we've gone through this before, but we used to give projects multiple COAs, so they'd get a massing approval, they'd get a, if once they got through massing, then there'd be exterior materials, and then sometimes we'd leave things like lighting for the end, and a project would end up with a couple of COAs, and that's not legally good, and it has led to some applicants. I think they were pretending to be confused, but it led to some issues. We need to find a way that a large project can keep moving forward with confidence, yet not actually get a legal certificate of appropriateness until it's ready to get a complete certificate of appropriateness.
Right. And so what we did through a lot of discussions and even some yelling and screaming, came down with Robert did a fantastic job of summarizing the steps as we saw them, and as legal staff seemed to be most comfortable with us working through them. And as you'll see, some of it's pretty obvious. It makes sense. Some of the big questions are, and how do we publicize these? How do we, what's the best practice? And the intent here is to develop a simple handout that when someone says, well, what does this mean? That we're able to say, here's the outline. Here's how we plan to approach this. So we're working towards a document and not just sort of a sort of options that we've all agreed to. We are working for something that we would be circulating on behalf of the BAR. So if you all want to just dive right in at the top, or you all may say, hey, this is great, print it.
I guess I had a couple questions and thoughts. One was, the drive is to try and get a single COA. However, then it says, that some things could be submitted later under a separate COA request, like landscaping and signage, etc.
That's a good question.
I think we need to define what etc. is if we're going to allow for these subsequent COAs, which it sounds like we're trying not to do. Is there a reason behind those specifics in terms of landscape and signage?
That was, the result of, this is where I pushed back against, and I know I said it the last time is, what a lot of folks in the city were saying, well, why can't these guys just give you a complete set of drawings and submit it? And it's like, well, that just doesn't work that way. And so there were some examples. For example, the Quirk Hotel would be a good one where, now granted it was a separate parcel. And in fact, I don't know if we've ever even finalized that landscape on that side.
I think we can finalize it, but that process was very uncomfortable. They forced us into an approval to get a site plan approval.
Right. So there was so some of this is a function of what's necessary when there's a site plan. So But there will be circumstances where, and again, just using the quirk, where there was an open space next to the building, what trees or plants they were going to put there. That might be, that might not be something that we're just too, that they're going to work on, but it doesn't affect that building permit. So what they're working towards is, what do we need to get that construction permit? So that's kind of how I separated them out. And then, signage, we treat signage separately anyway now, but
Uh-oh.
Oh
Yeah.
no. I'm not equipped to take over.
Oh shoot, I wish I knew if you could hear us still.
Sure.
Jeff, when this happened to me, it was best just to close Zoom and then try and get back into the meeting. Permit. Robert, take a.
Oh no, I hear
everybody's
him.
moving around now, but it was frozen there for a bit.
Yeah, we missed the second half of that thought, Jeff.
Yeah.
Did you say something, Jeff?
Bottom line, what do they need to get a building permit? And that keeps that moving forward. And I just think landscaping, signage, those were two of the things that I felt like, are usually get some adjustment at the end of a project.
Do you need a building permit to get a site plan approval, or site plan approval to get a building permit?
You got to have a site plan. So
I think site plan comes before building permit, right?
Well, yes. Here's the problem, and I know we're on channel 10. The process is not clear. So we're often trying to, for example, if I have a project that has a site plan going concurrently, and in fact, the parking lot at 605 Preston Place is a perfect example. They had not completed their site plan review. And in fact, they were getting ready to be told that what was on their site plan wasn't acceptable, had to be altered. So in essence, the BAR denied something which the site plan process was going to pop out and say they couldn't build. And we get in, and this is again sort of the illustration of some of the confusion is like, oh, I didn't know that. And so the irony would have been is had council, let's say, overturned the BAR's denial, they would have gone right back to, well, you can't do it anyway because the site plan doesn't allow it. So there's some coordination there that needs to be worked out. But you all might approve something, and then the site plan comes in and says, nah, you got to move this, you got to change that. And what I often tell people is, well, the BARs, it's one thing, because you all do a great job of working with applicants. It's the entrance corridor projects that are complicated, because I don't work with those folks that often, and to have to go back is difficult. But yeah, the point is that you've got to have the BAR approval in order to finalize the site plan, but you've also got to know what's going on with your site plan, because why have the BAR review something that then you got to turn around and go back to later?
Jeff, I think I don't think landscape should be left out of a COA. I think that needs to be included. If it's a placeholder that then gets amended, that's one thing, but I think it needs to be, signage is different. I mean, you said it, signage, we just need to know a concept of where the signs are going, and, is it a big metal thing, or is it, what is it? But no, landscape, because I mean, I'm really upset about what happened with 600 West Main Street.
Trees.
Yes, and those were, in my opinion, those trees were one of the reasons I was okay. Well, no, I never approved it. Sorry, my chasing a cat right now. For me, landscape must come with the COA. I don't know how anyone else feels, but I don't think you can separate the two. It has to be a placeholder that then gets amended. That's, so be it.
I will say I've learned a lot since that experience on West Main. That was in the first couple months, and I was still trying to understand, who does what when. So that coordination of, no, the BAR said those trees stay, and because what we were getting, one example would have been that that Montessori school over on Gordon Avenue, or where you all had requested a bunch of trees, and then the planner said, well, they only have to put a tree every 40 feet or something like that. And I'm like, oh, well, the BAR said, and so, but I've learned a lot since then. But I was trying to get to where, because what the hard thing we have is that I was explaining that we will have COA amendments. And they said, no, you can't amend a COA. And, just take, for example, code building. When Fred came in and says, hey, I got to tweak my bricks. Hey, I'm changing these stairs. I said, well, what do I call that? Or what do I say? You can't come in and ask for that change. So that's some of what we've got. That's why I said anything that I can kind of, well.
Can I make an observation?
Yeah.
This is an important discussion, and it's coming at the end of a 5-hour meeting.
Yep.
And I frankly am having a hard time focusing, concentrating on what's being discussed. And I'm getting to the point where I don't care. I'll just vote for it so I can get it. And I don't think that's the way
I don't disagree.
to approach this conversation.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that we either have a separate work session about this, or that we put it at the beginning of our next meeting and maybe start that meeting an hour earlier.
Sure.
I think we need to find a time where we can have a good, informed, and be awake conversation.
Coherent conversation, right? Because the details are important. Council will only let us meet.
Do others agree? I don't
yeah.
At the last meeting, I suggested we use our time between 5 and 5:30 for that purpose.
It's the pre-meeting, and I think it's pretty informal, and it can be a work session to
bring it up. It is the time to do. It's the time to do administrative things like that.
Yes.
Council will only allow once a month meetings. So yeah, we do have to squeeze it in, and I think you're right. We need it fresh and early, and I don't have a problem starting that meeting as early as you all would like. But yeah, we designate this first hour or whatever, 45 minutes is allocated to this, and this is what we're going to get through, and we'll let the other applicants know. I think that makes a lot of sense. Jody, thank you.
Start earlier, because otherwise our meeting's just going to end late, and some poor applicant's going to end up at 10 o'clock at night.
Right. Well,
if there's a way that we can organize this somehow so we can discuss it efficiently, if you could pull out bullet points of things you want to ask us, or maybe we need to review this and send you bullet points that we want to discuss, because it always turns into just a long discussion that goes back and forth and doesn't ever end in anything.
I also think it would be potentially valuable to have our council part of this conversation.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
The reason is it's council telling us we have to have a single COA, and then we're saying, well, but we want this separate one. No, it's one or the other. Anyway, I'm not trying to get us back in the conversation.
No. I'll just lay it out real quick. We it is coming from legal in that's what our ordinance says. So the question was, all right, do we tweak the ordinance? And there was well, that's not going to happen. So we had a meeting last fall, and we did meet with the assistant county attorney. I actually had a really good conversation with several of you were there, and we sort of realized, all right, this is what we have, and this is how we can make it work, but it's going to take that effort. And but I don't know, some of you know that the city attorney is now the interim city manager, and Sebastian moved west, so we're sort of, not that we're out on our own, but access to council is going to be limited. So I think it'd be helpful. Yeah, let's set something up and let's work through that list. And I guess I would just ask some of you sort of trust that, yeah, we hemmed and hawed about this last year, and after a good long discussion with council, we're actually on the best path available to us. So that's the outline that you have that we have to work with. We can't really alter that. We have to figure out how to write it and make it work.
And I agree with Carl that we should have a well-organized meeting. We don't need of introduction.
Dive
Just go into it and any request the board members to submit questions or concerns ahead of time.
Sherry, you said you have you've made comments already.
I do, and I'm almost done incorporating them. I will stay a few more minutes tonight and get it off to Robert because I have just a few more.
don't stay up late.
It's her satellite internet.
Bothered me that I haven't done it.
So I just have one quick, just dumb question because I missed 90% what Jeff was saying. A site plan approval, how many stages does our typical site plan approval process have? Like where people have to do a checkbox and they have to meet that requirement? Just asking. You know, why isn't that we can't have a checkbox where it's, you know, you have to basically check off each of those items?
Oh, okay, I understand. I thought you were asking me what happens with the site plan process and who looks at what.
Nobody apparently, but yes.
We have a checklist, and that's where, you know, so the goal is to it's not that we don't know what information is needed. The goal is to say we are going to use a series of preliminary discussions, and in order to build towards what, you know, used to be those incremental COAs, we're making incremental reviews that we're building towards. So the question is, how do we memorialize that as an outline and take into consideration, how do we involve the community in those discussions? Because as I said earlier tonight, last thing you want to do is have somebody come in and say, oh yeah, we've been working with them for 6 months. This thing, you know, we're going to approve this in 10 seconds. Who in the public would like to say something? So that's some of the fine tuning in there, but we do have that checklist of things that we can use and say, you know, here are the things, and that's, you know, the part that Robert and I still need to work on, is say to an applicant, here's what we're working towards. Here, you know, I need to see elevations. I need to see your materials. I need to see your colors. What's your roofing? I think what you saw for 128 Chancellor tonight, it's sort of a very loose summary of what are the details that you need to provide, and then we work in that, just like with West Second or with Quirk, we work towards a series of informal approvals so that we get to that final COA.
I just always go back to the prior architect before Quirk, and Carl was there for that adventure. I mean, Bill Atwood, we just basically had to take him back to ground zero and say, you need to start doing massing models. Because it was just going nowhere.
And I remember arguing that we needed to give him a COA for massing. I remember doing that, and I think I do think we are at the point, though, that maybe we can just find a way that, I mean, I agree with legal. I see their point, and I think we can find a way that we can give developers some confidence without actually giving them something that says this is set in stone, you've got it.
Right, because I mean, they could do something later in the process where it's completely null and void.
Yeah. So I think I don't know. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose some people.
I saw Jody eating pizza earlier. I'm a wreck since then. So,
my only real quick question, and forgive me if y'all have already done this. Jeff, have you and Robert talked to other localities that have BARs? And like, can we use some of that as an example of what does work?
It's a problem with communities all over the state, really. You know, Fredericksburg, Alexandria.
They want to know how we did it. There was one solution seemed really promising.
Keep asking until you find somebody.
We thought we had. The best answer, it's I think it's Leesburg, but it is it's an informal COA, and so we've sort of, to do it like they do would require an ordinance change. So what we've really got to do is it's somewhat of a composite of what they do, and others have done. But no, when we talked to other localities, they all went, oh, please tell us what you do and how you do it.
Jeff, you had a really good email that summarized all that. And maybe if you could find it, It'd be great to send that to all the new members. But with the understanding that we have been told by legal that there a lot of those options are not viable, that we need to stick to a one COA.
Yeah. We should check. I don't know if we took notes in that work session last fall or summer, whenever the heck it
I think we had
was.
some notes, but I mean, you and I sat down with Sebastian and went over all those different options.
Yeah.
I think just seeing those options might be useful for the.
Okay.
So since you mentioned there was an ordinance in Leesburg, could we get a copy of that too, so that we might actually see how complicated it is and whether or not perhaps our city council might consider it at some point?
Well, that's the thing, is that while
there was an ordinance, they must have it.
they do, and we've looked at it, and we have our ordinance. There is the city is right now going through its comp plan review, and once that comp plan review is done, then this consultant is doing an ordinance review. So we're sort of
There's no reason we can't get a copy of it, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
we can
We have.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have.
That's all I'm asking. I'll do my plotting later.
I agree. Hey, how's your project going, by the way?
We finally found a contractor who would do it. They fixed the beams, and we're finally getting the stucco on. Maybe we'll be able to sit on our front porch in another week.
Well, I just walked by and I go, yep, that's what happens when you start picking at an old house. So my heart goes out to you. The only thing on the agenda is the place committee report, but I don't think Tim went to the meeting.
I did actually, because now we're zooming it. And the place committee basically is in the throes of what's the word I want to say? Self-definition. Doesn't know whether it needs to still exist or not, or whether it's appreciated. So right now, Andrew Monshine's been named the nominal chair for the time being. And we're basically we're working on coming up with a statement of what we think we're doing. And whether or not, and then, basically say to council, this is what we believe we should be doing, how we, basically my position is at the very basic level, we ought to be reviewing and helping with RFPs. Basically help the council form the right question when it comes to the built environment. And because that's how we get things like parking garages on top of, Guadalajara, things like that. I mean, like, nothing's going, the right questions aren't being asked. And there are a bunch of people with a lot of different expertise who are pretty frustrated at this point, feeling that they're not, able to contribute, and what's the point? And Fred and Mike Stone King just quit two weeks ago because of it. And so, it's gradually losing its corporate memory from when, in the salad days with Kathy really pushing it and trying to get, places involvement in sort of casting things forward. And a number of the people on the committee seem to have, who were newer, have this idea that, is some sort of review board or something, which it's not. I mean, it was really meant to be light on its feet and help see forward, but right now it's not really doing much of anything.
Right.
I mean, I'm still pressing on with some people on the lighting front, but it's pretty well divorced from place at this point. So that's all I know about place.
So let's try and get this figured out, what we're going to do next month for the COA thing, because so you guys can advertise it, so we can actually make it part of our meeting. So if that means that we need to be communicating by email over the next week to get that to happen, let's do that.
I mean, we would be communicating it as a work session. It is not I'm not, I think a conversation needs to be had we have, well, yes, we can.
Well, however we can legally, or get it on however we can legally discuss it, and in a way that council will let us do that. Yeah, I just want to make sure that this doesn't keep dragging and dragging and dragging.
Right. We'll just make it part of our meeting, and we're only meeting once a month. Okay. So.
But if we have to meet early, let's figure that out.
You got it.
Are we allowed to meet early?
Let's figure that out.
Nope. Yeah, you don't tell anyone, I won't tell anyone. I don't know. I still think we should meet underneath the roof at the amphitheater and just yell at each other. Probably be helpful, but I will make that determination or get a determination on that. I think given the role that the BAR plays, we're not a committee, so there's nobody's going to put a 1 hour. I know some committees even have a limit of how much time they can have because the resources that it takes for the city to put on the Zoom meeting and coordinate all this stuff. But I would just say we start at a certain time and we advertise it and then we're fine. But I will get a clarification on that.
If that doesn't work, we're all going to meet in that little shed on Hartman
That's right.
Hill.
That's right. That's right.
Figure it out there.
I want to float in the air like James's head does. That's my goal for the next meeting. All right, I'm done, guys. Thanks, Carl. Yours to.
I move to adjourn.
A second.
Second.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Good
Good
night.
night, all. Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.